Oh, you're the best. Thank you. Okay, so win the day. We're going to start there. And we're going to have some icebreakers and a few little games to get you all, more enthused. And I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a timeline so you can also best plan your day, because this is the first workshop that we do. And I know we're going to have more questions as we go along. I'm thinking that we're going to do the day today, but I'm going to be giving you breaks, probably more than we're on the schedule, because my goal, if you all think is helpful, is to come back maybe a month from now and just do an hour or 45 minutes so that you can internalize what you have learned. Then things are going to happen during the month. And we can come back together and go, oh, we talked about this, but this just happened. Let's see how we can solve that issue based on the learning that you've got. How does that sound? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. So what I've kind of laid out for the schedule right now is 9:30 to 10, win the day. Then I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:10, 10:45, 10:10 to 10:45. We do recruitment and onboarding. Then 11 to 11:45, we do F1 and H1B. So up to 11:45, that's kind of, and you'll have 2 10-minute breaks in there. So 11:45, you're actually going to get a longer lunch from 11:45 to 1. And then let's get all back together at 1. From 1 to about 2:20 or so, we'll cover H1B and the green card strategy. And then from 2:30 to 3:30, give or take, we'll do your invitation to lead, closing. AMA is Ask Me Anything, and commit actions based on what you've learned. Okay. So that's a general outline. I know I went through it. I actually thought about writing it in here, but haven't. But just know for now, we'll go to 11:45 with a 10-minute break, 2 10-minute breaks in there, and then come back at 1 and I'll revisit the timeline with you. Okay. Goals for this workshop is strengthen your talent management ability. Many of you are in a position where you potentially will continue to grow into the positions that you're in, and having this knowledge of talent management, particularly foreign talent management, which is not, as known as some of the other ones, will help you grow and be more confident with the roles that you're in. Hire and retain the best. Be a game changer, business partner. Again, the more you know about this topic, which is not well known because people are afraid, the better you're going to be at what you do, the better you're going to be for your business, for your own career. And solve real world business challenges. What I've done today is not, again, based on what you have told me. It's not so much legalese, it's more taking examples of cases that we've got, and then sharing with you the strategies of real world examples of what happens. So here is kind of what I started saying at the beginning, why this matters. The statistics right now are 75% of companies are struggling to find and recruit and hire qualified talent. And that has been growing consistently. And now we're the highest in 17 years. So this topic as to how to hire and recruit foreign talent in general is here to stay. Whether it's foreign talent or not, it is an issue. By 2030, which is not that far away, the global talent shortage could cost 8.5 trillion on unrealized revenue, and this is global talent. So most developing nations are struggling to find talent, period, and many of them are saying we're not producing them in-house. We do need to sprinkle our workforce. with foreign talent. And that's what we're seeing. And immigration is key to growth and innovation. 46% of Fortune 500 companies in the US were founded by immigrants. So, and they're not stopping. I wanted to add this. So Apple, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Pfizer, all immigrant history background, immigrants. And they're not stopping their lobbying, their recruitment, their hiring of foreign talent, no matter who the president is, no matter what they're gonna, they're, and as you can tell, Tesla, Elon Musk have grown himself all the way to almost a vice president of the United States, that they're continuing to grow their foreign talent workforce because they know that they need it. So I think you're at the right place at the right time. And again, I commend you all for being here and being here with me. Ground rules for your experience and mine too. So I very much appreciate, so most of you are here with me on camera. There's a few that are not, but I hope at some point you do. Because it gives you the best experience and it gives me the best experience. I did a workshop a few days ago where it was just me and there was no one and I was like, oh, this is just not, it was very depressing from my end. As much as I wanted to be engaged, it wasn't the same. So I do appreciate you being here with me. And again, for those of you that are not on camera yet, I hope you finish what you're doing and you come in and joined us. So be fully present. Again, totally appreciate the ones of you that are here. Keep your camera on, ask questions, collaborate, and share. That's the best way that you're going to learn. And hopefully turn that knowledge into action. Even today, as we're going through the program, think about, Carrie's saying, oh, sorry, Carrie. Actually, so Carrie is telling, and I don't know if she's saying it just to me or to the group, but you can probably hear that I have a little bit of a nose, and I'm drinking my tea. I have water all around me because I also kind of came up with a cold. And I was like, no, I'm not, I'm here for you all, but I hear you and thank you for saying that, Carrie. So sending good vibes to you that you recovered quickly. Okay, something else, and some of you that have been in presentations with me, every case is unique. The facts of every case, it's essential to understand. You're going to have foreign talent that comes to you and says, well, and it probably has already happened. My cousin did that, and my friend did that, and my colleague did that. It doesn't matter. That person's case is very different than theirs. And when you get to the bottom of whatever the friend's situation was, it's very, very different than the one that you have in front of you. And at the beginning, when I was learning, practicing immigration at the beginning, that I wasn't as confident as I am today. I was always questioning, what am I missing? What am I doing wrong? How could that case have been approved on mine? I don't really think that this is going to happen. So don't let those comments question your confidence or or how you feel about certain things, because no case is the same. Even if they on the surface they appear to be the same, they never are. Okay. So when you have that foreign talent come to you and say, my friend, my this, my whatever, you say, I hear you, but every case is unique, so you can borrow my phrase. Okay, many of you, most of you are clients and you know me, but my biggest thing, I've been doing this for over 20 years. I'm an immigrant myself. I have a beautiful team that loves what they do, and we love working. I was reading something this morning that, imagine waking up every day and working with the amazing clients that you would want to have. And I'm there. I wake up every day and I tell my team every day, we have the most amazing clients in the world. So thank you, thank you. And we see our role as the strategic partner to you in your recruitment, higher recruitment of foreign talent. I'm an immigrant, I'm an endurance athlete, so I typically have a lot of energy and don't typically get sick, but it does happen. And I'm writing my second book on immigration. It's the Corporate Immigration Advantage. It's coming out in the spring. I think we're aiming for launching in April, May. And I bring this up because part of the reason, one of the things that you're going to do through the presentation is I took an example of one. So the book again is storytelling, is stories of our clients, of course, disguised in a way, but it's real cases. And so I took one of them, and that's the case that we're going to follow from hiring to green card. Okay. And my biggest goal is to use whatever energy I have, experience to help you, help our team to move our country forward, really. Okay, so now it's your turn. I lost Terrence for a minute there. I know I can see some of you, but Caitlin, I'm going to start with you, but basically fairly quickly, your name, your company title, and what brought you to HR?
My name is Caitlin Howard, and I work at Cunningham Group. And what brought me to HR, it started with organizational development and like onboarding and engagement. And then I kind of fell into recruiting, and it just kind of advanced from there. Like, yeah, org development, talent management, performance management. Yeah,
Awesome.
that's where I started.
Thank you. Good.
Yeah.
Morella, you're next on my screen, my tiles. Oh, you're muted.
Can
Yep,
you
there
hear
you
me?
go. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Morella Thompson, and I work at QPAC Systems Inc. And before HR, I was in nonprofit, case management, and the economy started getting better. So when you're in like government nonprofit, when the country's doing bad, we do a lot of hiring because there's more need for that. But when the country does well, then there's a lot of layoffs because a lot of the programs get cut off. So I was part of one of those programs that had funding, and everybody that was under that program was laid off. So the next step was looking into where can I take my skills, what kind of jobs, and I went into HR. And actually with Carrie at the company that we worked at before, she gave me my first opportunity to get into HR, and I started all the way from the bottom until now I'm an HR manager at QPAC with Carrie.
Awesome. Love it. Terrence.
Hi, my name is Terrence Ng. I'm the HR generalist at FX Collaborative Architects. What brought me to HR was really, this was really like prior to the pandemic. I just felt like being somewhere majority of your day, 5 days a week in the office. HR really plays a role in kind of shaping the environment. So I really want to make employees feel like they want to be there. Given that immigration was that was totally not a topic that was on my mind when getting into HR, but now we're here and a lot to learn.
And you've done a beautiful job. I've been working with you for as long as I've been working with FX. So
yeah, it's been great.
Yeah. Now I have a few other. Lauren, you are on the other side. Do you want to share? There, you muted yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Lauren Blackwell, and I work for Career Source Northeast Florida. What brought me to HR? I kind of fell into it. My former boss was retiring, and so it's been an adventure, but I've been doing it about 10 years now, and always looking to learn something new. So the whole global hiring is something I have not, I do not have expertise in, so I look forward to the training.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And Carrie, I'm not gonna ask you to unmute yourself, but if you want to. it
Yeah,
sounds
I can,
like it's
I
coming on.
can, you just have to
Okay.
excuse my voice.
Okay.
So Carrie McCann, Director of People at QPAC. How I originally got into HR was I was in a different industry. I was an office manager in the entertainment industry, which was a lot of fun, but the company was just event based and they were being sold. So and everybody was being terminated, and anybody who wanted to stay had to like reapply, and so myself and my boss, the general manager, we were both like, I think now's the time for us to find something different. And so I was offered a position as HR assistant where Morella and I used to work. And that's really what started my HR trajectory. Yeah, I kept moving up, and
Nice.
here we are. So that was 14 years ago.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. And again, I've seen you grow from the beginning when you started with QPAC, and then you brought in Morella, and you continue to grow. So I look forward to and your foreign talent has grown with you.
Yes, definitely, because where Morel and I worked previously, the company did not sponsor. So we had zero experience in anything immigration related when we came to QPAC. So really we're kind of starting fresh in this area.
Yeah, but you've done a really good job. We've done a good job together. So again, I really think that this is a great place to be for all of you. And I have to tell you also that we had 10 people register for this workshop. And a few of you, I've sent emails yesterday night, and some were like, oh, I can only attend for half the day. Something else came up, this, the other. So I don't know who's going to show up when, if at all. I told them, if you register, we'll send you the recording. But again, the ones of you that are here are going to get the best experience of them all. Okay. So I wanted to kind of, we did this because it can be so, immigration could be a little boring, and I certainly don't want, I want you to have the best time of your life while you're here with me. So this is a little immigration emoji challenge. There is no right or wrong. You can just tell me in the chat by just looking at those three, what does that mean to you? What do you think of in terms of immigration? Could be anything. Use your imagination. So just call anything. I mean, give you an example. To me, the dice could be the H-1B lottery. So that's an example.
A gamble?
Yeah. Luck of rolling the dice, poor credit. Big money. Investment. Yeah. Let's see, who am I missing? Morella? And Lauren, I want you to play. Does anything ring? It could be anything. You can just pick one of those or all three of them. Like Turin said, investment, you just kind of, an investment in terms of foreign talent, you are investing. Big money, you can win big. That's how I say. That's how I said gamble. Oh, I'm sorry, gamble. Okay. Well, it is a gamble. I mean, in the H-1B is kind of a gamble, but hopefully it's a gamble that you can, at the end of the day, win big. What about this? Opportunity. Yeah, I like those better. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty. Green card gives freedom to travel the world. Yes. Global talent, yes. One or two more? Who am I missing here? Terrence, Karen, Caitlin, Morella, do I have you? Maybe I do. I can't say I can keep track of everybody, but yeah. All right. So we went from gamble to opportunity to big investment. New point of view. Yes, I like that. Thank you. Yes, and totally. I mean, to me, this Statue of Liberty represents so much and our world in general. And we are all contributing to a brighter, better world by what you all do. Okay, setting intentions for the day, and this is going to be the last time that I'm going to ask. I think after that we're going to take a little break. Yes. What is one takeaway that you need to feel confidence in corporate immigration, and write it down? I mean, when you came in today and you signed up, what is the one thing, and you don't overthink it, that you said to yourself, if I learned something about this, I would feel better going back to my, my foreign talent management, because I want to make sure it's a small enough group that I can give you that takeaway, that I want you to feel, I want to feel confident with, with the H-1B lottery, or I want to feel confident with the transition from H-1B to PERM, or I want to feel confident, or whatever it is. I want to feel empowered to raise my hand when, they're asking about foreign talent, or just think about what that is for you. You can direct message if you want, or you can just write it on the chat. I mean, this is, again, it's a small group. And my goal too, for all of you, is that you continue to stay connected with each other. Many of you are already part of the HR roundtables. Lauren, you're not, but I'll talk to you more about that and see if that's of interest, depending on how this went. But the whole idea with this is also that as I work with all of you and many others, it's such a small niche that there is not a lot of collaborations between all of you. You kind of have your own. So I want this to be a community for you all, where you can also collaborate and communicate if you want to. So, and support each other. Okay, Carrie, more knowledge about the H-1B transfer timeline from one company to ours. Good. Okay. Yeah. Understanding my role, and actually, that just happened. I mean, it happens to us all the time, but there was a case that just happened yesterday, that I thought, I'm going to try to incorporate this into it. Understanding my role and responsibilities in this process to better and timely help the process of my company. Okay, Marilla. Yes. Caitlin, Terrence, again, Lauren, I want you as much as you can to participate so that you truly can get the best out of this. So will you continue to write? Because I also want to be timely. The next piece that we're going to go to is recruitment and onboarding. We're going to start at 10, and we're going to go to 10:45. But I want to make sure that overall, I want to feel confident of the whole process and understanding my responsibilities, timing, forms. Okay. You more. The other thing that I want you to kind of know as we go through this, I also have, so that as we go through the process, that there's going to be at the end of each session, and not this one, because this was more just getting to know each other, but there is kind of like key takeaways. So again, I want you to participate so that you can, write little notes, so that you can be in, you can have key takeaways, you can ask questions. Something else that I have not told you. So Lauren, how to find foreign talent, also understanding my role and responsibilities. Okay, well, actually, I don't do a lot of finding foreign talent, but everyone else in this call does. So we'll talk some about that when we get there. What I was going to say, we also have a resource folder that I'm going to have Danny send to you if she hasn't already. Danny, I don't know if you're kind of listening to me. I know you're doing
I'm here.
okay. Do they have access to the resource folder?
No, I'll send it to them now.
Okay, and include me too, so that I can kind of review what is there with them. So that also, for you all, we started creating a resource folder that could serve as a supplement to what you're learning here. And we can continue to add to that based on what comes out of this process, okay? Thank you, Terrence. Kind of was waiting for you, but I knew you're always so good. So, okay, 10 o'clock on the clock, 10-minute break, and I'll see you back all at 10:10. Okay? Okay, bye. Hey, welcome back. So Caitlin, can you hear the music at all or not? That's so weird.
No, I can't. I think there is like some setting like where you can, so if you like play a video, like the meeting can hear it. I just don't know what setting that is.
I have to figure it out because I was assuming this is the first time I do this. I thought, well, if you can hear my voice, you should be able to hear anything else that happens.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
think it
interesting.
cuts out the outside or the outside noise. So you
Yeah.
you can't hear it.
I mean, in a way, it's good because they're cutting the lawn across the street, and all I can hear is the. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my
I
goodness,
can't hear that either.
thinking you're just gonna be thinking, what the heck is going on in that house? Okay, so welcome back. Now we get into more of the meat of the process. So here's where it all begins, Lauren, just for you. And for everybody else, because this is recruitment can be, and it's not a piece of many immigration attorneys, I think, get involved with, because typically we just get, okay, here's, we hired this person, we gave them the offer letter, I want them to start tomorrow. And some of our clients, which is good, kind of get us involved a little bit ahead of that process, which is, I mean, for us, we're not charging to be involved in this part of the process, because we only, we only get retained when you actually hire foreign talent, unless it's someone that you really want us to get involved in the strategy of how to bring this person on board. But I think it is important in many cases to kind of bring in immigration attorneys in at some point of this process if you have doubts, because if the recruitment, if you hire someone that you can't really, that is not beneficial for you to hire for some reason or another, you're just setting up yourself for a problem, and it's impossible for you to know everything that is happening in immigration. I'm gonna write myself a note about the TPS situation so that you can kind of see where there is where issues could come from. But so recruitment and onboarding, setting up for success. So I told you from the beginning that I was kind of taking a sample of a case, and then taking it from beginning to end, and hiring great talent. And this is kind of a semi-true quote from our client: hiring great talent doesn't end with an offer letter. And it's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process with all of your hires. But to some degree, a little there's always positive, and there's a balance with your green card holders, your U.S. Workers that are U.S. citizens. I mean, of course, the hiring process doesn't necessarily end at the offer letter. You're continuing to support and grow your workforce. With foreign talent, they typically stay, at least they tend to stay for longer, which is one of the advantages, that the stability that you get with hiring foreign talent to some degree, because an H-1B is an initial stay of 3 years and then 6. And if you get into a green card process, then you're potentially looking at 10 and 11 years. I mean, the value of retaining a good skill worker for that length of time is invaluable to the company. But it also comes with visa renewals and tracking expirations and travel abroad and engaging in the work visa to green card process. And that's why you're all here, so that you can learn all of these little pieces, at least in a more global a general perspective, and then we can go deeper again on future workshops. So Envision is my employer that we're using as an example. A renowned architectural firm is inspired by my clients. I do a fair amount of work with, I will almost say at this time, 50% of 40% of our clients are in the architecture, engineer, construction kind of field. And then we do engineering, we do education, colleges, hospitals. So those are more, but it's not the bulk. So Envision firm, Shannon is our CHRO, Pearl is our foreign talent designer that was hired on F1 OPT EAD. Who can tell me what that means? F1 OPT EAD.
I guess I'll take a shot. So that's the work authorization for someone, as Carrie mentioned, right out of school.
Yeah, so you got it. So F1 is an international student, typically is F1 or M1. Most of you are going to see an F1. I have rarely seen in my 20 plus years an M international student. So I think they go into very specific fields, but F1, when that international student graduates, they are entitled to apply for an EAD, an employment authorization document. And they have, and I'll cover this later on, but as a general outline, they generally have 1 year of optimal practical training, that's the OPT, where they can work for that 1 year on that employment authorization document. So that's how Pearl was hired for Envision. She had just finished her U.S. master's degree in architecture in the United States, and she was using her first year of OPT EAD to work. So Lauren, for you, that is how many of the foreign talent is recruited. Many of our clients go to the universities and participate in fairs, student fairs or job fairs, or they directly apply if, for a job opening that is on LinkedIn or Indeed or whatever the job offers are posted. And so that's how they first entered into most of them, at least most of the ones that I work with. I also work with foreign talent that is abroad, but those are typically people that have a depth of experience. They're not just out of school. They have worked abroad. They have a track record, some sort of experience that is very unique, and they somehow get connected to the employer in the United States, again, because they know somebody or because they saw the job opening posted and they apply. Okay. Best practices: recruit, hire, retain. The first one is the strategic hiring, particularly, a strategic hiring for everybody, but particularly for foreign talent, because as you mentioned at the beginning of the game, it is an investment. It can cost money. It could be a gamble. So when I'm asked by our clients, how do you determine? And I want to hear your answers if they're different, if you have some other ideas. But it starts with your business plan, or the company business plan, the company vision, the company goals. Where do we see ourselves in, what projects, what contracts are we bidding for, what projects are we getting into, what is, the 1 year, 2, 3 year outlook. Forget 10 years, because the world's moving so fast that, whatever you plan for 10 years is going to change. But say a year, 2 or 3, do we have the talent to get us there? And that is, again, where the majority of the foreign talent that I work with, They're basically filling in gaps that you have on your vision plan. Or, you just received the project and you need 5 engineers that have very specific skills, and you can only find 3 in the US workforce to get you to where you need to be. And that is where global talent initially comes in. So strategic hiring, again, pre-hire planning, identify the talent needs, and then, sponsorship options and timeline. Because unlike US workers or green card holders, there's typically a gap between the time you decide to hire them and the time that they can start working for you in some cases. And we'll go through that in terms of the timeline. Many of your managers that are not in tune with this process think that they can just, the offer letter is signed and that the person will come start working for you in a week, or maybe 2 if they're working somewhere else. But with foreign talent, it's typically a little longer. And we'll go through that now. If they're on an employment authorization document, it could be a lot shorter. If we have to get an H-1B, it's going to be longer. Then the next piece is more of hire and retain. So when they come in, a smooth onboarding, and that is again where quite often we get involved even before they come in. So pre-boarding, I kind of call it. And again, many of our clients get us involved in pre-boarding, which is helpful because some of these foreign nationals, they have many questions, not all of them, but some of them are very anxious. There is a lot, imagine all of us have just general anxiety with everything that we watch on the news or not. For them, it's, their careers, their families, their lives. So they have a lot more going on. And they're very, some, not all, but they can be anxious about what is that going to mean for me? What is that going to mean for my future? What if I leave this employer and this other one doesn't work out? So they have some questions, and quite often we come in ahead and kind of, do a pre-conference call, get everybody together so that we are all aligned. And then culture integration. If you have already some foreign talent in your workforce, it's not as difficult because they can kind of connect with each other and they don't feel as bad. But if it's the only person that is from India out of, 100 workers that are all US workers, sometimes it can be a little harder. So all those things are things that you kind of have to keep in mind. And then ongoing support, as I mentioned before, there's visa renewals, immigration goals, career track. They also want that. And then communication and partnership. I said to you, I am privileged to work with clients that I adore. All of you are part of that. And we have a really good relationship between HR, legal, managers, and foreign talent. And that is essential. It is impossible. You may have heard me say that I see it as a 3-legged stool where each one of us plays a role in this process. And that's what makes it successful. Okay, questions there? No. Okay. This can be a little tricky. Many of you, and let me know if you know, in your applications, you probably have these 2 questions. Are you legally authorized to work in the United States, or would you require sponsorship now or in the future? Is that something that is part of your applications? Yes or no?
It is for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Caitlin Porelli. Yeah. Okay. So, and those are the 2 questions that you're allowed to ask, because you have to be very careful not to get into discrimination issues. But those questions don't tell you a lot at the end of the day. If they're honest, they do. But if they're not honest or they don't understand the question, so of course, are you legally authorized to work in the United States? Hopefully they're going to say yes, and that is true. So I'm going to move on from that one. The one that can get tricky is, will you require sponsorship now or in the future? Okay. Those are out on EAD OPT. So do you remember that F1 OPT EAD that I asked you, what does that mean? Some of them are going to answer no to do you require sponsorship now or in the future, because they think, well, what is future? Future could be 2 weeks from now. And I have an EAD that is good for a year. So I don't have to answer yes. I could say no and I will be fine. And if they do, that's okay. You're going to get that. But if they're still in the school, at some point they are going to require a sponsorship. So just be careful when you're reviewing the answer to this question. Now, some of them are going to say yes, because they know that they need an H-1B or they need some sort of a work visa. And if that's the case, that's great. At least you know from the beginning that that's what you're going into. And I tell you, at the end of the day, our employers, if it is the person that they need and they want to hire, they go in and they hire that person knowing that they're going into a sponsorship situation. And that's great. Everybody knows where they stand. But if they answer no, and when you go into the application process, or hopefully not at the point of the I-9, and then you see that have an employment authorization document that ends in a year, then at some point that you're going to need to have a sponsorship. Now, you don't have to sponsor, and that's something that I want you to know. You can hire someone on their employment authorization document. There is no obligation to sponsor them in the future. And that's another reason why foreign talent, I believe, based on what our clients say, they're really good workers, because they know that their future depends on how they perform. So they tend to go above and beyond, not all, but in general, because they have a significant stake in the process. Okay. So those are, again, the two main questions, and how they can be tricky questions about this, because this comes up a fair amount in my practice. Have you run into issues with this before, or do you have questions about that? No? Okay. Okay. I-9 verification. So let's say that person said, no, I don't need a sponsorship. Oh, I'm raising my own hand. Let me lower my hand here. Okay. No, I don't need a sponsorship. Or even, no, let's say they said, yes, I do need a sponsorship. That's the easiest path. Yes, I do need a sponsorship. You know that you're going to hire them potentially. So let's say I'm going to take Pearl, our case scenario. Pearl said, yes, I need a sponsorship, but I have an employment authorization document now. She interviews, manager says, yes, she's the one we won. She has the background that we need. Remember, she has a U.S. master's degree. She came to you with already a bachelor's degree in architecture with sustainability major or minor from India, say. So she has a depth of knowledge that you're looking for, okay? When she comes in for the I-9 verification, so she's hired. We have 3 days to do the I-9 verification. You review a list A or B or C documents, not all three. And in most cases, she will give you an employment authorization document. It's just, and actually it's probably the easiest thing for them to give you, because if they give you a social security number, they typically have a driver's license, but their social security number is typically restricted, meaning it's going to have a little note that says not able to work without work authorization or something to that effect, that it has some sort of a restriction to it. So if you do receive one of those, you cannot accept it. They need to give you something else, like an employment authorization document, okay? I believe most of you are on E-Verify, correct? Yes, okay. And that actually as we go into the future, I'm being asked a lot about, what do we need to be aware of with the Trump administration, and we are going to be seeing some changes to potentially E-Verify and the I-9 process. So stay tuned. For now, just put that in the back of your mind. E-Verify may become national for everybody. Right now is some states, this, the other. They're piloting something called E-Verify Plus. It has changed names various times, so I think the latest is that, which actually is really good for employers if they go with the path that I have seen. So that may be coming down the pipe. Now, because you have someone on an employment authorization document, and this is one of the things that you have to know and understand if you're recruiting foreign talent, is that they have expirations that they need to be tracked, and they need to be tracked proactively, okay? And that typically falls on some of you. So tracking the expiration date. Now, when we work with our clients, we also track this for you. And when we meet with you, we go through the list and we say, hey, that one is expiring in 5 months. That one is expiring. So just to keep you ahead of the game, because you never want to be at the last minute, because nothing happens fast on immigration. So keeping track of the expirations is really important, because otherwise you need to put them on, on leave or take them off payroll because they cannot work, okay? So tracking expiration dates and updating your records as this expirations pass and they get new employment authorization documents. If you have, and I've talked to some of you, if you have I-9s that you're concerned about, leery about, know that you only need to maintain them for at least 3 years from the date of hire or 1 year from the date of termination. So if you have some that old I-9s that the person has left a long time ago, now you don't want to destroy anything that doesn't need to be destroyed, but you don't want to keep liability around either. And we are going to be seeing more worksite enforcement. It's already happening. So just keep this in mind. Questions so far? And again, think about the stuff that happens to you day to day, and ask questions about that if that brings anything up. Okay. Fines for I-9s. Many employers think, oh, it's never going to happen to me. It doesn't happen in the architecture industry or design or engineering or this or the other. This administration is, their whole platform was about enforcement. So this is going to happen. It's going to happen more than it happened before. And the fines just keep on going up. It's a really easy way for the government to create fear and also get a lot of money into their arsenals of money. The paper violations, which are common, they start at $288. So, this workshop, already, if you can correct 1 or 2 I-9s, is paid for if you get an audit, or at least giving you peace of mind. And what happens is every mistake costs money. So this 288 could be because the person didn't sign. So the person didn't sign, that's one mistake, that's 288. The person didn't check the box that says what status they were on, that's another 288. The employer didn't write in the documents correctly that they received as part of the I-9 compliance, the I-9 verification, that's another 288. It can get to 2,000 very, very quickly on just one I-9 form, okay? So this is good to know. It's good to be aware that audits could happen, and they just be aware as you're doing your I-9s of mistakes. And we're going to go through some I-9s just to, again, raise your awareness. The other thing that is really good for you And I know some of you don't need the credits for today, but you will get a certificate for being here. Those of you that won the credits, because we got SHRM credits and CHRC credits. Employer proactive good faith, meaning training, like what you're doing today, is something that you can use as a mitigating factor, okay? And I've used that all the time when we're dealing with ICE audits for our clients. If they are, I use any training that they have received, any proactive action that they took, internal audits before the government audit. You cannot do it after. That doesn't count as proactive good faith. Anything that you did before could be used as a mitigating factor. Okay, so this slide is important for you to understand the implications. So when you're talking to your managers, or you go back to your teams, the seriousness of this. Okay, hands-on detective. And actually, when I looked at the samples that we put in here, I realized that you have the corrected and the incorrected versions are here. So let's try to be as honest as we can be. So when you open the resources that we have for you, go to the one that says I-9F1 CPT incorrect version, and open that up. Do you all have access to that? This is the link that Danny put on the chat. Now, we didn't talk about CPT, so we talked about F1 OPT EAD. Who can tell me about what CPT is? Terrence, you may win a prize.
I guess I think CBT is when the foreign national is still currently in school, so they didn't get their degree yet.
Okay. So CPT is curriculum practical training. Is still part of the F1 path. So they are students, they're international students, but as Terrence says, they are still taking classes. So they can go to CPT, and part of their curriculum, and this is a kind of a unique situation, and we're going to talk about it more when we go into the F1 section, but they are typically the training that they're receiving at the worksite with you, it is part of the curriculum for their studies. Okay, so that's why it's CPT. So do you all have access? Have you all opened the one that says sample I-9 F1 CPT? Yes. Okay. Just kind of glance at it and let me know, and this is the new form. What do you see? Let's look at part 1. And actually, I'm looking at this for the first time with you. So we may let's see if as a team we can figure out what's wrong here. Who can tell me one of the things that they see on section 1? And there's, I mean, of course there's right or wrong, but it doesn't matter. You're not getting graded. Oh, Carrie, thank you. The signature dates. Let's see, because again, I'm looking at this for the first time with you. 131, 131. Huh. First day of employment, 131.24. I'm gonna look. So one of the things, the first day of employment, it says, and this is actually in section 2, and I don't know, Carrie, if that's the ones that you were looking at, but it says first day of employment 131.24. And the HR specialist did the verification on 03/01/24. What is wrong with that?
I'm looking at in section 1, RP signed in 2021. And it was the section 2, it was certified in 2024.
Right, so I don't know which one, so I see, mine says 2024,
For RP?
yeah.
Oh, I'm looking on your screen.
Yeah, but you do have a point there, though. So over 3 days. So, I mean, let's look at those dates. So RP sign on 0/31/24 on the one that I'm looking at. First day of employment was 1/31/24, and the HR verification was on 03/01. This is way before over 3 days. So that is a problem. That's a big problem. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying, Carrie. I'm sorry. You're looking at the screen. Yeah, that I think that's our own mistake on the slide. So I'm looking at the one. Okay, I see it. That would have been really bad. I'm looking at the one on the Bolt that you guys received, which is different. I'm sorry. It's different than the one that is on the screen. So the one on the resources that you received, we have it beyond 3 days. Danny, just make a note of that to this slide, slide 18 should match the one that we have on the resources, so that we're kind of looking at the same thing. But Carrie, you're correct. I mean, that's a big problem. There is something else on section 1 that is a problem on the one that is on the ones that is under the resources. And there's a bigger one. Okay, let me give you the answers. And again, I'm going to look at the corrected version and see what we have, because I'm doing this with you. But a non-citizen, so let's look at the number 4, a non-citizen other than items 2 and 3, authorized to work until, that number is critical, and there's nothing there. Okay. And then underneath that, it says, if you checked item number 4, enter one of these 3, the USCIS number, the Form I-94 number, or the foreign passport number and country of issuance. All of that is blank. Okay. So already we have 1, 2, 3 mistakes at a minimum. And then look at section 2. Would you have expected something there? Right? I mean, that's the most essential thing. And I see this a fair amount. They tell me, well, I have a copy of the employment authorization document. Why do I need to fill that out? Well, it is what it is. It's part of filling out this form. Okay. So in this particular case, I'm assuming this person would have had, actually, they are on a CPT, which CPT does not have an EAD, although I think the sample that we gave you next has an EAD. Well, let me go back here. Yeah, no, so we on the sample is correct. Someone on CPT does not have an EAD, so it's a combination of documents, and that should have been filled out. And then how many of you are doing remote verifications? The virtual verifications? No? Okay. In case you do, Caitlin, are you?
Yeah, like e-verification, yes.
Yeah, okay. So if you do, there is this little box at the bottom of the additional information that I see that quite often I see them unchecked when I do audits. But if you are doing virtual verification or the alternative procedure, that should be checked. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the corrected version that you also have in your package. And again, so we see there that number 4 is checked, and we have a date, 5/15/2024. We have the foreign passport, and then Danny also that says and country of issuance. So I'm almost correcting this as we're doing this. So it should have said the foreign passport / or whatever, India. So it should have said, or Netherlands, actually, that's what the passport is from. And then list A, again, because this person is on their CPT, they have a combination of documents. And that would be the foreign passport, the I-94 record, and the Form I-20, which is what they get in school as part of their program authorizing the CPT, okay? This is a complicated one, and of course you can't correct the today's date, that was, the past 3 days. I would probably do an addendum to this and say, put a memorandum on, on an audit. We discover that, the dates, that the verification was done, out of the timeline. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe you have an E-Verify record that you did do it the right day. So if you see something like this, you should do a little bit more investigation and see if there was a reason that you can explain why it was more than 3 days. And if that is the case, to add something to the record to explain it. Okay. Questions there? I know it's a lot, and this is why I felt that I'll do another session with you that is just an hour to kind of, as you go through this, that you can decide, oh my gosh, I really want to know or need to know more of this. So I'm not going to go through the second example. The second example is a lot easier, but I want you to look at it on your own. So the next one is an I-9 from an F1 STEM OPT. And I gave you an incorrect version. Now you already have some ideas as to what to look for. And I also gave you a corrected version under the resources for you to look at and see if you have questions on that. Okay. So you also have, so on the resources, you have the CPT correct and incorrect. You have an STEM OPT extension correct and incorrect. And then you have a re-verification of an EAD that is correct. Okay. Tons of good resources for you. Let's see. Okay, so that's kind of what we just did. Key takeaways before we take a quick little break. One thing that you've learned. Tell me or put it in the chat. And then you get a break. Come on. We learn what EAD and CPT stand for. Yeah, and that's important. That's really important. I learned about the fines. Yeah, for I-9s and CPT EAD. Nice. Okay. What else? I put this out here also just to give you some ideas of, if you're like, oh my God, we cover so much. We went through, just to give you some more ideas. Wow, we cover a lot. So we covered beyond the offer letter, we covered the strategic hiring and pre-hire planning, the smooth onboarding, partnership between all the parties involved and communications, the questions that you're allowed to ask and where can that be tricky. Then we cover the timeline compliance. We'd cover the, in general, acceptable documents, the e-verify, re-verification, record keeping. We cover the new levels of fines, the employer's proactive good faith. And then we kind of took a look at a good I-9, incorrect I-9, and yeah. So do I have any more answers, Lauren? The fines for the I-9s and the need to complete an I-9 audit, absolutely, yeah. Learn that I have lots to learn. That's why you're here. This is inspired by all of you. So I am thrilled. And again, I want you to, I'm doing this so that hopefully, again, at the end of each session, for your own benefit, you can say, okay, out of this piece, this is what I learned, and it's good. Okay, so you heard me say, I'm writing, this is literally, that's the cover of the book, the Corporate Immigration Advantage, How to Hire, Retain, and Thrive with Global Talent in a Competitive World. Hopefully all of you will stay with me to the end, because I will give, whenever, one of you are going to get this book signed as a gift for being here with me. So stay tuned. I'm going to give you a 10-minute break, and we are going to come back at 11:02, and we're going to go through F1 to H1B, so university to work visa. All right. Love it, Carrie. See you soon. Bye. Marilla, time flies.
Well, I just stay around.
Yes, so did I, but I was typing an email and then I looked and I'm like, oh my God, it's already 11:02. Like, okay, so let's talk about F1 to H1B. How are we doing so far? Give me thumbs up, like Carrie gives me like a happy face and a festive environment. How are we doing so far? All right, thumbs up. Okay. Because I mean, believe me, I was like, oh my God, talking for an hour about immigration can be, but one of my clients said, oh, Giselle, I know that you're going to have them standing up and doing, jumping jacks or something. So they're going to be okay. I haven't done that yet to you all. Okay, F1 to H1B. So this is, and Lauren, I mean, I'm not picking on you, but I know that a lot of them have been through this to some degree, maybe Marilla not so much. But it's kind of, it's a key transition point, okay? Again, as I said, for most of your foreign talent, they're gonna come to you. They're typically in the United States already working unlike some of the stuff that you hear in the news, they're already in the United States working for a skilled talent. They're going to school, they receive an employment authorization document, like Pearl, she gets hired by an employer for at least 1 year, unless they have the option for a STEM OPT, which we're going to cover. And so F1 has 3 kind of branches to it. And then from there, we go to an H1B, which is a work visa. Now, there's more than one work visa. H1B is the most common one. Sadly, it's the main one that has the lottery and the restrictions. But I considered covering more work visas, but I thought, no, this is plenty for you all. And H1 is the one that you're going to see the most. So that's why I kind of stayed here. Again, just kind of following Pearl's path. So we have talked about CPT. We have talked a little bit about OPT, and there's one more into this trilogy, and that is a STEM OPT, okay? And I'll go through each one of them, but a STEM OPT, kind of like its name suggests, is for those foreign nationals that are enrolled in a designated STEM OPT curriculum. That what I say designated, it's something that the USCIS has a list that they have created, and most of your STEM, what you would consider a STEM degree, is listed there. But I always tell our foreign nationals to go to their school and ask if the program that they're going into or they're in is a designated STEM OPT program. Because if it's not, they're not entitled to this. And I'll show you also where in terms of a strategy where this comes in. But I'm going to start again back. I'm going to go to CPT, which I'm going to go with the middle one, the OPT. So sorry, because that's the one that you're going to see the most. Most foreign talent will finish their bachelor's or master's or even a PhD, and they're going to be entitled to this 1 year of optional practical training. Now, it can happen pre-graduation, but most typically is post-graduation, and that is when you get the 12 months, so the 1 year OPT. The OPT should be in the area of studies. So not that this happened, but this is kind of like an extreme example. If they graduated from as a designer, like Pearl did, she couldn't find a job in the designing field, and she found a job as a cook. Well, that would not work. because it's not in the field of study, okay? So it has to be related to the field of study. And it's authorized by USCIS via an employment authorization document. And this is what, when I said to you before at the beginning, this is something that you as talent managers and talent strategies or specialists that you need to know, and you need to know when you're talking to your hiring to your managers. There could be, and there is typically a gap between the time that the person gets hired, so you give them the offer letter, they have typically already applied for an employment authorization document because it doesn't require an employer letter. They can apply for it, but there could be delays. So I always tell you, when you get me involved, have some flexibility on the start date, okay? Because it may happen that yes, they start on the day they're supposed to, but they cannot start until they have that employment authorization document in hand, and that comes from USCIS, okay? And then they may become eligible for another 12 months of OPT if they advance to a higher level of education. So say Pearl, for example, she has a US Master's in Architecture. Pearl does not qualify for a STEM OPT because architecture to date is not designated a STEM degree, okay? So if she does not get selected under the lottery, which is something that we're going to talk about later on, she could not apply for a STEM OPT. Most likely, she would go back to school to maybe potentially obtain a PhD. Or if she decides to go for another master's, and this is strategic, and so this is like golden for you all. Not that you get involved in this kind of decisions, but it makes you so much more knowledgeable and powerful or helpful in decision making. Because Pearl, if she decided to go to another master's degree, she would not be entitled to another 12 months of OPT at the end of the US Masters. Okay, so say she decided to go into US Computer Science Masters. Because she already got her 12 months of OPT with her US Masters in Architecture, she does not get another 12 months after she finishes a second master. But if she decides to go to a PhD in design, or a PhD in architecture, or a PhD in sustainability, or whatever it is a higher level of education. So she would get another 12 months. Or say they got a bachelor's degree in architecture. If they go into a US Masters, they get another 12 months. This is very, very strategic. And then sometimes I tell them, well, if you're going to go to a PhD, and actually I just had this conversation with somebody else that is on her third, and we're entering into her third year of the lottery, and she is on a STEM master's. And I said to her, look, if you don't get selected, I would recommend that you go into a PhD, because again, the same thing would happen after a PhD. If she uses those 2 years, she will get another 12 months. And if she goes to a PhD STEM, she would get 3 years. So there's a lot of a strategy here. Did I lose you all, or are you still with me? Tell me one thing that you've learned from what I've said. Talk to me. You don't have to type. Hanging on. You can unmute yourself and tell me something.
I learned like the difference between OPT and like STEM OPT and like the advanced education and being able to qualify for an additional 12 months. So that was interesting.
Yeah, and that is huge
Mhm.
because many of them and it's going to happen to you all. I mean, usually if they have a bachelor's, they're okay going into a master's. But if they have a master's, they don't want to go into a PhD. I mean, I don't blame them. A lot of this foreign talent is skilled foreign talent. They're like more educated than anybody else needs to be ever to do their job. And they're only doing it so that they can stay here. And again, this is the kind of things that we don't hear in the news. And literally I'm working with some of these foreign nationals that have received their US master's degree and 3 years of STEM, and now they're in it to a PhD. Seriously, just because we can't give them an H-1B visa, it's a problem. But yeah, so this is kind of important. It's very important for you to kind of at least have an idea of how this plays out. Now, for a STEM OPT, which again, typically they go from OPT to a STEM if they qualify. STEM was something that was added to this. It's been available for, I want to say, about 10 years or so. It literally went to the Supreme Court because it was fought in court. There was a whole group of people or companies that decided that the USCIS didn't have the power to create the STEM programs, and that interfere with their whatever. So it went all the way to the Supreme Court to decide whether the government had the power to create the STEM OPT program, and Supreme Court said yes. And so when our foreign talent decides that they don't want to apply for STEM OPT because they were selected under the lottery, I literally say to them, look, this is a gift to you. And if anything, there is a lot of people that have fought for this gift. If there is anything that goes wrong for whatever reason with the lottery, this is your backup. And it's such a powerful backup because it's 2 years of employment. And in many cases, and actually next year, next year the cap gap has been increased. So it may not be as significant as it has been in the past. But it's a really beautiful gift. The thing with the STEM OPT, a few things to consider, because you're gonna be facing this. If they apply for a STEM OPT, in order to apply, they have to have this I-983. And I know Carrie Morella, you have been involved in this. Terrence, maybe not so much you, because many of yours don't qualify for a STEM, but just so that you know, if that were to happen, and Caitlin, I know with you guys, we have completed, or we don't complete them, you do, but we have a very, 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 very good outline on how to complete this I-983. But it's a form that is completed between the foreign national and their manager. And it's basically a training plan, and it has every quarter or every half a year. So you kind of review it, you fill it out, but that needs to be filed, not with USCIS, but with the school, at least the first part of the form. It needs to be submitted by the foreign national with their application for a STEM OPT to their school. So that is part of the application for a STEM. When that is completed, the school issues an I-20 approving the STEM OPT, and then foreign national applies with that to USCIS to obtain an employment authorization document. In between, as you can imagine, there is going to be a gap between the EAD that they have now on OPT and the new one that our fast producing USCIS, that they're so slow at everything. It typically takes 2 or 3 months before the STEM OPT EAD is issued, but there is a 240-day automatic extension during that period. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But they do have to apply for a new employment authorization document for a STEM OPT. Questions so far? Okay, does that ring a bell for some of you that have been part of this? I know, Carrie, you've done this before. And then we go to CPT, okay? And CPT, we talked about it a little bit. Again, this is, they are enrolled in a school, and there's two types of CPT. One is the day one CPT, which we're going to talk about a little bit when we talk about the H-1B. And then the traditional CPT. Traditional CPT, it's typically found in traditional schools. University of Florida, for example, I'm sure Harvard has a traditional CPT. And most universities, most traditional universities have some sort of a CPT program, but it's not used much. CPT kind of got a revival with this day one CPT, which is not traditional. So University of Florida, Harvard, Boston University, I mean, most traditional universities do not have a day one CPT program. Day one CPT was almost created for foreign talent that could not get into the lottery. So they go into this day one CPT programs where they can start working from the first day of the school program, and they go to school and they work at the same time, but they work more than they go to school in a sense. It's tricky because some schools are very up and up and they do a great job. Other ones are not so good, and we don't get involved in deciding, and you shouldn't either. The students, the F1 students, need to do their homework. They need to do their due diligence, but it is a beautiful option if it works well to keep them employed and in the United States while they wait for the next opportunity at the lottery. Now, again, they're all paying out of state tuition or international tuition. I mean, it's all of this. It's very expensive for the foreign workers, and that also adds to their anxiety. So it's just there's, at least when I work with you and them, we need to kind of step back and be empathetic as to everything else that they have going on in addition to just regular life like we all do. Okay. So from here, again, just know there's a STEM OPT. Now, a STEM OPT does not require an employment authorization document. That's good for you to know. It's authorized by the DSO. The DSO is the designated school official. So it's a lot quicker to get CPT authorized than it is to get OPT or STEM OPT authorized, because it doesn't have to go through USCIS. But if they do too much OPT, it takes them out of, if they do too much CPT, it takes them out of OPT. So that's just something else to keep in mind. And they do need a job offer to get CPT authorized. But so in general, if just looking from your perspective, what I need you to remember for your job purposes is CPT. What you may see the most, if any, is day one CPT. Day one CPT is not traditional. The foreign worker needs to do their own due diligence if they're going to go into this program. And it's typically used because they did not get selected under the lottery. They want to continue to work and study in the United States, and they don't have access to STEM OPT. So that's when they start looking at CPT. OPT, for your purposes, is the one that you're going to encounter the most. It is 12 months, and it requires an employment authorization document. They typically have applied for this employment authorization document before they even get to you, but they may not have the employment authorization document in hand. And the STEM OPT is only for designated STEM programs. It does require an EAD, but there is a kind of a automatic extension period. So typically they can go from OPT to a STEM OPT without really interfering with their ability to work. And a STEM OPT is a fabulous gift if it's available for the student. Okay. Does that kind of gives you a nice little package? that is not too convoluted. All right. Okay, now I want you to talk to me like you did at the beginning. It was beautiful to hear, how you came into the HR profession, a little bit of your background. So I want to hear from you a little bit. You are all in positions where the employer, your employer has considered sponsoring foreign talent. And Lauren, for you, you're here because you're thinking, okay, what am I missing here that I need to know? So just think back at when those decisions are being made. This person applied, they're going to need an H-1B, whether they already have one and they're transferring, or whether they're on an EAD F1 and they may need an H-1B. Why a sponsor? Why are those decisions made? So let's start there. And then what are you thinking, or the employer thinks in terms of this transition? So let's open it up for you, because again, this is your opportunity to participate and do some of the hands-on thinking. Who wants to go first? Again, no right or wrong. We're a family here. Why a sponsor?
I would say because we want to keep her in the company.
Yeah. So this would be someone, yeah, absolutely. This is someone that say is on an EAD OPT, and you want to keep her in the company. They've been with you for 9 months, 10 months. They're doing a great job. Sometimes they're there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, for whatever it is, and they're doing good. They fit well, company culture, and you want to keep them. Yes. What else?
I would say, in addition to keeping her because she's doing well, sometimes it saves time and money to not like go recruit someone else to replace. So sponsoring would be the better, cheaper option.
Awesome. Yeah. And that kind of goes together, but it's another way of looking at it. You've already trained this person, and for them to leave and to recruit someone new to that position. Yeah, absolutely. It's a cheaper option in a way. What else? One more. Caitlin or Lauren? Why would it be good to sponsor someone
I was gonna say, similar to Terrence, that you're developing, you've trained, they've already established, part of the culture. So to continue that and invest in that employee would be a smart move to make.
And I mean, and this, they all kind of correlate. They tend to stay longer after you invest in them. So after, you already have them for a year, then you invest in the H-1B, potentially 3 more. The loyalty, the depth of knowledge, it gets harder and harder to replace as you go in, as they stay with you longer. So all good. Okay. What are things that you consider? What are things that, as in your positions, what are things that you would be thinking about when you're considering sponsoring somebody?
How much it will cost do we have, funds for it?
Yeah. I put that as I wrote 3 down right now, and cost was the first one I put down. What else?
Cost and like timing of it, like does it align like when, like, does it all fall in place in like the right timeline?
Absolutely. You're reading my mind. I wish you could read what I have in there. I have cost, I have timing. So those were my first two. One more. What I wrote, long-term plans. Could be anything. I mean, those are the three that I just put. Remember when we started at the beginning, that I said to you, when you're looking at recruiting for talent, what are your projects? What is coming down the pipeline? What are you going to be needing? Is this a position that you're having sometimes our clients sponsor people that the position has been open for a year or two. Imagine the cost of that. And if that person stays with them for long term and they need them long term, that is, it pays for itself very quickly. Okay. And of course, included in all of this is, would they qualify for an H-1B or would they qualify for whatever kind of is. So, and that's kind of more, there's more to the story, but I also wanted you to kind of start thinking because you've been there. Okay, now, we haven't necessarily talked about the H-1B yet. That is after lunch. We're covering H-1B and green card, but most of you have an idea of how the H-1B process works. And sadly, it's a lottery. So again, just kind of a little bit of a recap, and we're going to talk about it some more after lunch. But the person is an H-1B status, an employment authorization document. And Carrie, also after lunch, I am going to talk about not so much. I'm going to talk obviously about just getting into an H-1B, but also H-1B transfers, because I just said to you I had one that happened just yesterday, and that would be a good case example to kind of do an overview. But the typical path is F1, EAD, OPT, and then again this was the path for Pearl. She was OPT, EAD, doing really well as a designer. The company decided to hire her or to sponsor her for her H-1B. She was not selected under the H-1B first lottery, but there was a second lottery, and she was selected under the second lottery. As a recap, we actually are going into we are in what I call the H-1B cap season. We will be entering the foreign nationals, registering them into the lottery in probably 2 weeks. In March 7th, I believe the lottery opens, the registration opens. And then by the beginning of April, the results of the lottery will come out. In Pearl's case, again, she was not selected on that first round. It doesn't typically happen that there is a second lottery or a third lottery, but it's been a roller coaster. And for the last 3 years, if I remember correctly, we have had at least a second lottery. They're very small, but they're worth something. And typically we get 2, 3, or 4 people selected under that little group. The majority of them get selected under the first lottery. So she got selected under the second lottery, yay. And those you don't typically know until after June, because what happens is people file, but they file incorrectly. They don't file an LCA, which we're going to talk about, or all kinds of things, which is sad because this is such a unique opportunity to get a work visa. And some people think they can do it on their own. They do it on their own. Even employers do it on their own. And I've had cases that have come to me after the person was selected under the lottery. The employer decided they could do this on their own. They file an H-1B, and of course it gets denied or rejected because what needs to be there is not there. And this was their one chance, and they got selected and they screw it up. And then, I mean, there was one case that I would remember forever. Thank God this person had access to STEM OPT. He went to STEM OPT for 2 years, and they were not selected for another 3 years after the employer messed up that first lottery, and it's really sad. But Pearl was selected under the second lottery, so really we didn't have to go into the alternate work visa options. But let's bring that to the table here because it is what happens. Some of them are not going to be selected, say 50%, if not more. It used to be, when I started doing this, we had 195,000. That's when I started in the field. Every year we had 195,000 H-1B visas, and they didn't get used up until about December. But now, as you all know, they're like gone, the 85,000 that are available. And there is all the others that we need to figure out what are we going to do with them. So what are some alternative work visa options? We've talked about some already, so you should have some answers for me. And some of you have already experienced this in your jobs. So your opportunity to talk to me. Think back of some of your employees that were not selected under the cap the prior year. And what have they done? What are some of the options that are there? Just think you're talking to your manager or your CEO, and they're like, "Oh, what do you mean they didn't get selected? What are we gonna do?" What answers can you provide?
We did, for Sonkit, when he wasn't selected, we had to, and he didn't want to pursue a PhD. We did some sort of, like teaching program.
Yes. Yeah. That is that is a very outside the box thinking, Carrie. I'm going to talk about that. And so what we did there is something called concurrent employment. And again, it's a very outside the box thinking. There are just a few companies in the United States that provide that option. And I mean, this again evolved as part of the lack of H-1B visas and the creative and innovative spirit of America. And in that particular situation, this company has affiliations with universities, and they kind of act as an intermediary between the employer, the foreign national, ourselves, and the university. And this is something that is not here in the presentation because I didn't know how far to go with all of this, but it's pliable enough to talk about things that you bring up. So again, there's something called concurrent employment. That is an option that works for, I would say, maybe 10% of the people that are not selected under the cap. If you work for an institution of the institutions of higher education, let me start there, are not capped. So for example, we represent a college, and they don't have a cap on they can apply for an H-1B at any point. So if they have someone that finishes their degree and they need to hire that person, I don't have to put that person through an H-1B lottery. We can file an H-1B. It's very unique and it feels like heaven. Even though they don't see that because they don't understand the lottery world. But you can, as an institution of higher education, you're exempt from the cap. So you can file H-1Bs at any point. So if you have, what happened in this case is this company had affiliations with certain institutions of higher education that were exempt from the cap. They did an H-1B for that institution of higher education for this foreign worker. So let's say Pearl, I'm going to take Pearl again. Pearl did not get selected into the lottery, but Pearl had a major say in computer science. So bachelor's in computer science or architecture and computer science or something, or it could even be architecture. She starts teaching part-time for an institution of higher education. It was like, I believe it was almost like 10 or 15 hours a week. But she was able to get an H-1B cap, an H-1B exempt cap. Once you have someone that has an H-1B exempt cap, then we can file a concurrent H-1B to that H-1B that is full-time. And that's what we did in Carrie's case. So Pearl had two H-1Bs, one that was cap exempt, working for an institution of higher education part-time. And at the same time, she had a full H-1B that was concurrent, full-time, working for Carrie. Okay, so she was working maybe 55 hours a week, 40 hours for Carrie, 12, 13 hours, 15 for the university. And she was teaching. She was an assistant teacher. So there was a teacher doing their work as a professor, but she was an assistant teacher doing whatever assistant teachers do. And so she had two H-1Bs, and that worked out really well. Now it was expensive because now there's two H-1Bs being filed, and you know, tuition, all kinds of stuff. But it worked out. It worked out for you guys, I believe, Carrie, for a whole year that we did that, and then he was selected under the following year's cap. Okay. And that's an outside the box kind of thinking. I don't offer it to many clients. In fact, I remember having the call with you and saying, this is very unique. Now, some of our much bigger clients, they wouldn't even entertain that because it would open, you know, it would open that up for others that they wouldn't potentially want to do. Now, for you, it worked beautifully. Now, sometimes what happens though is they themselves, the foreign nationals, have connections with institutional higher educations, and they can do that connection on their own, get their H-1B, and then do a concurrent H-1B. But that doesn't happen as often. This kind of pre-planned process is the one that I've seen work the best. So that's one other option. So going back to school, Morella said that, yes. So we talked about the day one CPT. We talked about the, you know, if they had a US master's going into it, and say they don't want to do the day one CPT, but they are okay going to a PhD, or even if it's another US master's, at some point they just want to stay in the United States doing something. They go back to school. So there is concurrent employment with the H-1Bs. There is, and actually, Morella, answering your question, if I remember correctly, this was a few years back. I believe you did pay for both H-1Bs, but I can't remember. I think so. So it is expensive. I mean, it doesn't, not every, it's a very unique situation, but it worked out. At the end of the day, it was someone that you had, again, you look at the investment, the culture, the and it worked out for you guys. So concurrent employment, going back to school. Some other things that happen every so often is they have an H-1B spouse that has an so they can transfer into an H-4 position, so a dependent of an H-1B, but they cannot work. So they're just basically in the United States in another status. And that could happen as an H-4. Typically, that's the case. A H-1B and an H-4. Of course, going home is another option. We typically entered about 100 foreign nationals in the H-1B cap with all of our employers. Maybe one out of those 100 go back to their foreign country. All of the other ones are either selected, say 50 get selected. The other 50, either they go into day one CPT or they go into a STEM OPT. We do some sort of a concurrent. Some of them last year, I think I had 2 or 3 go to Canada. Some go into a other, like an H4 or something like that. Maybe 2 or 3 get married to a US citizen because they're already in that age where they're in a relationship and they're going to get married. So there's a variety of options. The most used ones though are some path of going back to school somehow. Okay. And then, so scenarios 2 here is expiring STEM OPT, extension eligibility. And this one is, I don't know why I put expiring STEM OPT, but it's, I think I should have said expiring OPT, and is the leveraging the STEM option that we talked about it before. So if they have that STEM, to not give that up because it's a gift. Okay. Okay. Give me a thumbs up if this was helpful, and then I'm going to go back to the prior slide. Yes. Let me go back and let's review what we've talked about. Love it, Caitlin. So we talked about all the flavors of F1s. The CPT, the OPT, the STEM OPT, and kind of how they fit potentially into your world. F1 OPT is the one that you're going to see the most, guaranteed. CPT, day one CPT, you're going to see it there sprinkled. STEM OPT, if they benefit, is something that you're going to see and you should see. We talked about why would you sponsor, an H-1B, and what are the things that you need to consider or should be considering when you're doing this sponsorships. We talked about backup options if the person was not selected, again, for the lottery, including some outside the box kind of thinking. So key takeaways. We have 5 minutes before we take a little break. Well, actually, before we take our lunch break. So just kind of think about everything that you've learned. And again, I hope you're taking, I hope you keep at least your key takeaways. That's what I do when I go to a conference. Out of every session, I want to have at least one thing, because there's always so much. One thing that I learned that I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't know this, or this is really good, or this is something I need to remember for the future. So give me that one thing. And you may inspire others with your one thing. Backup strategies if no shelter for the lottery. Great. What else? Any takeaways from this slide, from the OPT, CPT, STEM? Was there anything in there that kind of when you went, oh, I didn't know that, or that's really good to know? Because I think, this is really solid knowledge for you all. Because that comes up so often and it's so confusing to remember what is this versus the other. Learn 1 plus your CPT means no OPT. Yeah, and Carrie, let me also clarify that to some degree, because if you get into, or not you, but the foreign talent, if they're using day one CPT, that rule doesn't apply. So day one CPT is like, it's basically like going to school. But if they are doing traditional CPT, and actually I have a foreign national right now that we're working on entering him into the H-1B lottery. And when I got the referral from the client, they told me they were in their CPT, and I realized like they were on their in a bachelor's degree and had used CPT. And I thought, oh my goodness. Then my next first question was, how long? How much CPT have you used? And they had used CPT in between semesters. So while they went to school, they used the CPT during the summer. So, and it was just like 3 months here and 2 months there. So it wasn't enough for the year. But I wanted to make sure, because it's so essential for them to have the OPT. I send them back to the DSO and asked to confirm that they had not used enough CPT, that, that the OPT was possible. Because if they don't get selected under the lottery, that's where they're going to go. So just to make that differentiation, the traditional CPT for longer than a year will affect their OPT. The day one CPT, they can be on day one CPT all day one. I wasn't aware of the STEM OPT, so that was helpful. Yeah, that is again, Kidlan, you may not see it as much, but when you do have it, it's awesome. Yeah, day one CPT versus traditional. And Terrence, you will likely see some day one CPTs in your group, so that's helpful. Got it. Okay, awesome. You are terrific. So we are going to take a lunch break, refuel, recharge, get up. This is my opportunity to tell you, go stretch. Get up. Too bad that you cannot hear my little music here, but we will be back at 1. And at 1, I may take a little 5-minute break in between the H-1B and the green card. It depends on how that goes. But I plan we'll be back at 1, and we'll run from 1 to 2:20 with potentially like a 10-minute break in between. Okay? All right, see you all back. Refuel, recharge. Bye. And thanks, Danny. It is interesting, Marilla, because again, when I started planning this workshop and I was talking to other people about what we were doing, they're like, oh my God, how can, it sounded so overwhelming to some degree. And maybe it is for you guys on the other end. So I really need to know more about that. But the time has just flown by, and we're like,
Yes.
it's it's hard to
We're already
believe.
in the second half.
Yeah, and we're doing this virtually, which sometimes is so much more difficult to,
Mhm.
stay engaged because you have other other things going on. So I mean, I'm thrilled the way it's going, considering
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah. So Terrence, welcome back. I was just saying, and Caitlin, whoo, you are rock stars. Yes.
Mhm.
I was just saying that the time is literally flying by. I'm like, when I started planning this, I was thinking, how am I going to do this for, like, it's a 4.5 hour, 5 hours thing and a lot of content. But it's just, I don't know. How do you feel? Does it from your end?
It's gone by really fast. I think all of this is relatively new for me, so it's fascinating, and yeah, I'm very intrigued, engaged. It's going really well.
Oh,
Yep.
Terrence?
Agreed. Like on a normal day, like I would still be like morning for me, but like it's already the day is almost done in a way. So it's good. It's good. The information is valuable.
Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate it. And again, it's all teamwork, just like immigration. You guys play a huge role in all of this. Welcome back, Lauren. I think you're back online too, and Carrie. So here we go. Hope you're refuel and recharged. Take a deep breath, inhale that good air, hopefully, wherever you're at. And we're going to start going again. We go deeper and deeper every time. So we've covered, recruitment and onboarding, and we've covered the F1 and its various flavors, and a little bit of the, kind of a little bit of the H1B and what happens if they're not selected. But here, and actually during the break, I created a slide just for you, Carrie, about the H1B transitions, because that's really a big component and of this process. And you are going to hear me say, Lauren, to you and to others, yeah, Carrie, thanks for the heart. If when I'm talking to employers and they're, we're talking to recruitment and talent acquisition, and if you have the right H1B, and I'll explain what the right H1B is when we go to that slide, but if you have someone that already has gone through the CAP and they have a CAP exempt H1B, no, a CAP subject H1B, with significant amount of time left, you're much better transferring someone in than starting from F1. Maybe. It all depends on the person, but that's really a consideration that is important. So I was happy to put that slide in there. So H1B, how to win the game. Actually, I should have put here how to win the numbers game. Secure long-term talent. Secure and long-term talent because, and even for many of you, Caitlin, do you have someone that has been with you for almost 6 or 7 years now? Certainly for you, Terrence. And I want also, for QPAC, you guys, Luis, that's how I started working with you guys. And he's been with you for 15 years and now up, green card managing and doing tremendous things. So yeah, it's certainly a way, certainly a way to secure good long-term talent that moves up to the leadership sometimes. So here's a little bit, we covered this a little, but I'm going to cover it in more detail. So there's two types of H1Bs. The H1B cap, which is the one that most of you are going to encounter. Those are the people that go through the lottery. And there's the H1B cap exempt, which is important to know. And sadly, when you get an approval notice, it doesn't say. There's no way to differentiate whether they're cap counted or not. Your field where you're all at doesn't typically run into this problem of whether it's a cap counted or not. I see it a lot in hospitals. When we represent hospitals, I really have to be very, very careful what type of H1B it is and whether it can be transferred, because many physicians are working for hospitals that are also teaching institutions, so they get a cap exempt H1B. And then when my private hospitals that are not directly affiliated with an institution, they're not teaching hospitals necessarily, want to transfer those H1Bs, I can't, because they're not transferable unless we do a concurrent H1B. So that's just something to keep in the back end. I don't want to get you too confused, because within your field, that's atypical, but just know that it happens. In your field, what is most typical is that you either go from an F1 into the H1B cap lottery, which is what we're going to go into right now, or that you get someone that already obtained an H1B cap visa with another employer, and they're transferring to you. Okay. So the H1B cap lottery, again, currently there's 85,000 of those visas available. Last year, there were 400,000 about applicants for those 85,000. And it has gone up and down. Again, when I started practicing, we had 195,000. This is a number that Congress determines what that number is going to be. forever and ever, people have lobbied like me to increase that number. But then, of course, there's a whole bunch of other groups that are lobbying to keep it the way it is. And so it has been, I believe, since 2004 that we are at this 85,000 level. And because the 85,000 are exhausted every year, they will be on April 1st, then there is a lottery to determine who gets one of these visas. It is divided into 65,000 for those that have a bachelor's degree, and 20,000 are reserved for those that have a U.S. master's degree or higher. So many of your engineers, architects, designers, computer scientists, many of them have, again, they have a bachelor's degree from abroad and they have a U.S. master's degree from the United States. So they get entered into the lottery semi-twice. So they go into the with the 65,000. So they get a chance of one of those. And then when those 65,000 are allocated, then they do a separate lottery for the US masters only. So at the end of the day, when I say to you that we register about 100 H-1B caps every year, most of the, say, 50 get selected. I would say 30 of them, if not more, are US masters, and then a lesser number bachelors, just because of this, that the masters have just a little bit of a higher chance of getting, which is, I mean, that little bit counts a lot. The timeline, and you know, many of you are working with me on it already. We start in January, develop the list of candidates or obtain it from you all. February, which is happening right now, is due diligence and preparation. We're sending questionnaires to the foreign nationals, getting their degrees, getting their transcripts, making sure that it aligns with the specialty occupation, all that kind of stuff. We get what we need from you all. And then March, we're getting ready to for the registration and the lottery. March 1st to June 30th, that's when we are going to be filing. And you're going to hear me say, and actually this is something I did not cover before, something called cap gap. Does any of you, does that ring a bell? Cap gap, H-1B cap gap. Terrence, you've probably heard that before. Morel, I'm not sure. I know Carrie has. Caitlin, I'm not sure. No. All right, so the cap gap is another beautiful thing. So if you have a foreign national that is working with you under F1 status, they have an EAD, it does not apply for CPT, so it only applies to F1 OPT and F1 is STEM OPT, so the people that have the employment authorization document. So looking at this timeline, the H-1Bs, we really can't file April 1st because we have to file an LCA and all of that. So typically we start filing, the soonest that we start filing is typically around April 15th. And you're going to hear me say priority filings. So out of our 50, typically there is 10 that I call priority filing. And I call them priority filing because these are foreign nationals that benefit from this cap gap. And the cap gap means that if they have an employment authorization document that, say, ends April 30th, and many of them do, they end in April or May because it depends on the school semester, and they are selected under the lottery. And we file their H-1B petition before we file and it's accepted, it's received before their employment authorization document expires. They have the advantage of this cap gap. meaning that their employment authorization document that ended April 30th gets automatically extended, even though they don't get a new document, it just automatically happens. It gets automatically extended until October 1st. Well, that used to be the case. Now it's extended until April of next year. But the benefit to you is that that person will continue to work, even though their employment authorization document has expired, by the fact that they were selected under the lottery and their petition was filed while their employment authorization document was still valid. So I call them priority filings, because if I wait to file that H-1B in June, their EAD would have expired and they cannot work, and you would not be happy. Okay. So and that also was something that was fought in the courts. I would forever, I was in Washington, DC, actually, for an immigration conference when the cap gap passed. And we were like in heaven. It was celebration, because before this, foreign nationals had to leave the country and re-enter in October. So, you know, as bad as we think things are, they have been worse. So this is huge that this cap gap exists, and that so again, when we get your files, when we get your H-1B list, one of the first things that I look at is their employment authorization document and when does that expire. And if it's someone that is expiring this year, anytime between April and June 30th, they go into my priority filing list, okay? So that they can benefit from the cap gap. Now, if there is a second lottery, we would know that after June 30th, and typically it's somewhere at the end of July, beginning of August, after USCIS has gone through all the petitions that were filed, and then they decide, oh, you know, there's a whole bunch that we cannot use, and then they do a second lottery, okay? And then October 1st, that is when that H-1B cap, that typically when that H-1B status begins. Question for you all. If they change, if it was filed, let's just change of status. So they were on F1 EAD, and now they're going into the H-1B October 1st. That H-1B has been approved, and I send you an email saying, happiness, we, got approved, here's the approval notice. What do you need to do October 1st? Think back towards the beginning of this workshop. What is one of the employer's responsibilities? That can cost a lot of money if you don't do it right. Oh, come on, you guys have the answer. Yes. Yes. Okay. Like, my gosh, you know this. Yes. So again, now what happens to those that had an EAD, the one that expired April 30th? What do you do for that one? And I know you have all pretty much done this too. You're favoring typing. Yes, Terrence, you're favoring typing versus talking to me. Whatever works, yes. So you need to remember that employment authorization document has expired. And if they do an audit 10 years from now or whatever, 3 months from now, you may not even remember what happened. So what you do is you add a note under the additional comments, that box that is there that it says, I think it says additional notes, that, cap gap, automatic cap gap extension or something that I don't remember at the top of my head, but it is a note that basically says this person is under the cap gap and that's why they can continue to work. And then when they get to October 1st, typically, if they already, so they had the EAD, so you would have already filled out list A with your EAD, and now we don't have, now we have a supplement for this re-verification. So you would go into, I believe, supplement B, and you would do the re-verification there, and you would be using your notice of approval to do the re-verification, and ideal is for 3 years. Okay, questions there? We're good? Okay. Okay, these are some of the rules. H-1B, I want to say, has the most compliance things attached to it. It's a very, I don't know, it's the people have a hate and love relationship with the H's more than any other work visa. There's lobbying on both sides of the spectrum, which has created all this bureaucracy around the H-1Bs. So one of them is the labor condition application, is the LCA. And one of the things that I'm going to do with you today, which is in the resources that you received, is go over a labor condition application. Like, I'm going to go over an employment it's called a public access file, which contains a labor condition application. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I can almost guarantee you that almost 90% of my clients have never looked at a public access file. I email it to you, they put it away, and that's that, because you're too busy, and I get it. But the reason I'm doing this for you all, because again, I want you to feel that you really, your knowledge has been elevated by being here with me today, and that at some point I know you're going to be more valuable, you're going to be more confident, and you're going to have much better knowledge at the end of the day. But also what is going to happen, and you may have heard me say this in some of the webinars before, one of the new changes with the new administration is mandatory. So forget the worksite investigations, and those are I-9 compliance. The other thing that you're going to be seeing is mandatory site visits for employers that hire H-1Bs and L workers. And as part of those mandatory visits, typically the immigration officers are going to ask for a labor condition application or a public access file, which it would be nice if you would have seen it once or twice, or at least once, and see what is in there. So we're going to go through that. Something else that happens with H-1Bs is wage levels. Now, with none of you, I really had issues with wage levels, but every so often I have wages that are a little lower. Yeah, Carrie. Wages that are a little lower than what the Department of Labor thinks that, and Carrie, actually for you, for Morella, I hope you are at our next HR roundtable, because Christina, and I'll talk about the HR roundtable a little bit later on, but Christina with Accesso, who you've met, she will be at that at least she told me she would be. She has been through this USCIS, it's called FDNS, federal something investigations, that they literally knocked at her door, and her managers, her foreign nationals, they went to his apartment. She's been through it twice. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming to the roundtable. I mean, she typically comes, and we'll talk about that, because it would be, I mean, I can say all I want, but it's very different from someone that is already been through the process herself. Both successful, but it's really nice to hear. So anyway, all of you are going to be, again, ahead of 100% of the employers that are out there. So that's a little bit of the labor condition application, the LCA, the wage levels. Again, as I said, we have to play with the Department of Labor rules and what they think the wage levels are. I haven't had any issues with any of you, but every so often we do. And if the wage that the employer wants to pay is lower than what the Department of Labor thinks the position requires, sometimes we have to, actually, we have used the AIA surveys. And there's other surveys out there that are potentially more in line with what the industry pays. And we use that, but they have to be surveys that are approved by USCIS already. So it's not that I can just go and find any survey, and those are tricky. But just know that wage levels is another compliance issue. And then the worksite location rules. Maybe as more people are, working from the office and there may be less remote, I don't know. But the worksite, the location rules are important, because if the H-1B was hired to work in, say, New York City, but now they decide that they're going to work in New Jersey is still within commuting distance, but say they move to Boston. Well, Boston is not the same metropolitan area as New York. So a new petition will have to be filed. So that's new filing fees, new LCA, new everything. So the worksite rules is just something, again, to keep in mind, because it can cost more money. So at the beginning, I want to know, are they going to be working from home, even if it's once a week? And if we need to put that address in the LCA, that's helpful. If you think for some reason they're going to be working at 2 locations or different metropolitan areas, then maybe put it in. So just strategy, okay? Questions with that? I can go on forever with this, but I just want you to have a general feel. We're good? Yes. Okay. Now, H-1B transfers. So eligibility, I already mentioned cap exempt and cap subject. Let me ask you, you can respond on the chat. Can you transfer a cap exempt H-1B to a cap subject employer? Yes, no. If you remember what a cap exempt and a cap subject is, you are all cap subjects, because you're not institutions of higher education. No. Right. Okay. So that's one big differentiator. Again, in your cases, you may not see it right now, but who knows? This is very good for you to know, because it's really sad to be at the end of the process and realize, oh my God, I can't transfer this. So let's go into, yes, you can use them concurrently. Thank you. Yes, and that is a huge benefit, huge benefit. So thank you for putting that there. Timing. Anytime, yes, in a way. So this is the example that I said to you that I was going to bring up. And again, in this case, I was able to go into this conversation because the foreign national disclosed that they weren't on an H-1B, and they were concerned about transferring that H-1B. And my employer went online and read, well, I should be able to transfer that H-1B. And I said, yeah, but just that you're able to you can pretty much transfer any H-1B except for the cap exempt situations, but it's a beneficial to you and it's a beneficial to the employer, to the employee. And in some situations it's not. And sometimes you do know and you do not know. Actually, 2 situations that just happened in the last few days. So in this particular situation, my employer again went online, said, I think I can transfer that H-1B. He's concerned, the foreign national. I don't know why. Can you talk to them and convince them that, they should be transferring to us? I'm like, oh man, let me find out more. The situation in that case was, or is, that this foreign national is on their 5th year of H-1B. Okay, so that means they've used the first 3 and now they're into the 2nd the first extension. In order to extend beyond 6 years, you have to have been in a certain part of the green card process. And if you're not, you don't have any more. 6 years is it. You leave the country. So my foreign national who understood the situation, his PERM, and we're going to talk about PERM in the next, after this, his PERM was already, so he had already gone through phases 1, 2, 3. The PERM was filed and in process, and it's probably going to be certified in about 6 months. And after that PERM is certified, they're going to file an I-140, and then the employer can extend the H-1B beyond 6 years. And I mean, so to me, it's not beneficial for my client to transfer that H-1B, and it's not beneficial for the foreign national to transfer that H-1B either, because at the end of the day, both of them in 6 years, they're not going to, my client cannot employ him beyond 6 years, and the foreign national would need to go home in 6 years because there's nothing to hold them here beyond 6 unless that PERM is certified and they have an I-140 that has been approved, and then we can extend the H-1B beyond the 6 years. Does that make sense to some of you that have been in this process? Terrence is nodding his head. Caitlin, you may have not been part of this, but you do have 3 foreign nationals that have been through this process exactly. Okay. Morella, you guys have had also, I mean, we are in the PERM process. Well, obviously, Luis has been through the whole process, and we are doing PERMs for some of your foreign talent right now because of this situation. So that kind of brings it into light. Again, when we're looking at H-1B transfers, that would be a situation where we be very careful whether we transfer that person again. And I was like, I'm not convincing this person to transfer. That is a no benefit. Now, another situation that happened this week, and I kind of felt good and bad in it. Well, I didn't feel bad. On the contrary, it was a good thing at the end of the day. I said to you at the beginning that I do a fair amount of design, construction, architecture, and engineering firms. About a month ago, one of our architecture clients had some layoffs, and one of the people that got laid off was an H-1B worker. And I was involved in that, those conversations, they're always difficult, what to do, what are the options, all this kind of stuff. And it was a very difficult decision. It's always a very difficult decision. And I said to the foreign national and the client, you have a 60 days grace period from the time you get terminated to be in the United States to find another H-1B visa sponsor, transfer to another status like an H-4, sometimes even go back to school just to stay in the United States or go home. Thankfully, because my clients are amazing and their foreign talents are also amazing, they typically find another job. And this foreign national found another job with another one of my clients. So to my surprise, when I got the email from the client saying, hey, Giselle, we want to transfer this H-1B worker. Here's the offer letter. We want da-da-da-da. And I looked at the approval notice. The attorney on that H-1B was me. I was like, oh my God, this is a small world. This is the same foreign national that 4 weeks ago, I talked to her about what to do when you're in your 60 days grace period. So here is a transfer now. She had only been with that other client for about 2 years. So she has a 4-year H-1B ahead of her. She's still really good. She's going to be awesome. She comes with the 2-year already experience in architecture and healthcare, and she's going to be great. So that would be a transfer. Now, on my end, it was really important. Now, I had the inside knowledge that she is on the 60 days grace period. But that's something that we need to find out very quickly, because so now she's another priority filing for me in a different way, because I need to get her file. Now I know I only have 4 more weeks left before I file her. Okay. So those are 2 situations of transfers that are very unique. But I want you to be aware, because those uniqueness are the ones that sometimes, like, that's what gives you power to really make the right decision. Most of them are, they're employed, they are not on a layoff situation, and they are not in a, at the end of their H-1B period, or they already, if I looked at the resume and I see that, they graduated from a bachelor's degree in India, have a US master's degree, now they've spent 7 years in the United States working for working for other people, I'm starting to think, okay, maybe that was a year of OPT, maybe a few years of STEM, say 10 years in working in the US. If they don't have an I-140, I'm going to be in trouble transferring that H-1B, because they really don't have much left. But in many of your cases, when you're at that level, they have an I-140 at some point, okay? Notice period is something else, obviously, that you have to consider. If they're working somewhere, they're going to have to give it 2 week at a minimum. And then premium or not to premium. In many cases, those cases end up being premium, which costs more money. But there's just a lot of stakes, a lot of things going on, that premium sometimes is the way to go. A few other things to remember: do they have dependents? If spouse on H4, and travel always, even if they haven't traveled in 10 years, they ask me about travel. And I'm like, when was the last time you traveled abroad? Oh, maybe 5 years. Okay, when is the next time you think about traveling abroad? Oh, I don't know yet. And I'm like, why are you asking me this question? It's just creating more anxiety and confusion when there is no need. But some of them do have a travel plan, and that needs to come into the conversation. Okay. Questions, Carrie, does that answer? And then some, maybe. For all of you, I mean, this is so I'm so happy that she asked this question, because this is something that maybe none of you have been exposed as much on the the in-depth of this, but it is really important. Again, my goal is to have you leave with a lot more confidence, or at least a much general overview of what's going on. So questions here.
Just have one question for transfers. Is the premium processing the employer's responsibility?
It's not. I mean, premium process is nobody's really responsibility. It is something that is for the employer's perspective, it's a business necessity situation. I mean, I tell you, Carrie, most of her transfers are H1 are premium. And mostly because they're people that sometimes have 1 or 2 offers. No, they're not in the situation, like, for example, the one that I just gave you the example, the 60-day grace period, she's not going to be premium. She knows she's not going to travel. She's lucky that, well, they're both lucky. I think the employer is lucky to have her, and she's lucky to have found this job, and it's going to work out, but they're not going to premium her. I know. There is no business necessity there. So it's business necessity. Going back to you. So say they want to travel in December. Okay. Well, now we're at the beginning of the year. They want to travel for the summer, and they really want to travel, but that you have no interest in them traveling during the summer. That's not a problem. That's not a, but they do. Well, they may want it. I mean, actually, you just had a case like that,
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
It wasn't a transfer necessarily. It was an H-1B extension, but I can't wait for whatever I'm going to premium. great. You go ahead and premium, okay? So it's kind of a similar situation. In the cases of transfers, it becomes a little bit more heightened just because it's not someone that's, I mean, you're bringing somebody in, they already have more anxiety. Again, they may have a few offers on the table. So you kind of have to take that into consider. How bad is this hire? How much do you need them? And do you want to guarantee that there is no, everybody peace of mind moving on? Okay, but good question.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else here? All right. Okay, now and some of you know, most of you maybe know that I do have a YouTube channel that has a whole bunch of more information in there. If you don't subscribe, please do. If you want to go in depth into a lot of this stuff, there is a lot more in there, and I have short videos, longer videos, workshops, this, the other. So it's another good resource for all of you. So I wanted to make sure you got that. Okay, let's go to, and it should be in your link there that Danny gave you. You can open that up. There is something that says EPAF 2024 sample, the public access file. Again, every H-1B employee should have a public access file that you should have on record. It could be electronic, it's fine, but it should be there. In that public access file, and if you do have to go through an inspection on an audit, they are likely to ask for this public access file, or if nothing else, a copy of the LCA, which is contained in the public access file. I typically also tell my employers to not have the public access files within the employee files, similarly to the I-9s. So just keep it separately in, some sort of separate electronic file. But what is in here, you have a copy of the certified LCA, which is important because it establishes the wage, the work location, all that kind of stuff. A statement of the wage rate, and we put this together, but I'm going to explain to you why we do what we do and how we have it in here. Explanation of the system used by the employer to set the wage, a copy of the documentation the employer used to establish the prevailing wage, a copy of the notification documents such as the union, which most of you don't have, or a notice of posting, which you're all familiar with, a summary of the benefits offered to the U.S. worker, and evidence that the employee received a copy of the signed LCA. Okay, so Exhibit 1, here is what an LCA looks like. You probably have seen this if you worked on H-1B files. This one was a change of employer, so this would have been an H-1B transfer. All their pages, blah, 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 the conditions of employment, everything signed. So that one would have been certified. Exhibit 2, what we typically do is we just put the copy of the employer support letter in here because it describes the position and all that kind of stuff. Then we put Exhibit 3. This is something that we prepare, an actual wage memo. The wage range for this individual was from blah, blah, blah to blah, 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 which is 100% or 150% of the prevailing wage, da, 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 da. Then here, this is something that we get. Do you remember that I said to you that the wages for the H-1B workers are set by the Department of Labor? So we have to go online and say, in this particular case, say, level 1 was 65,582. So my employer needs to pay either 65,582 or higher. So that's why, so if they're getting paid 70,000, great, we're above prevailing wage, fine. Then Exhibit 5 is this fabulous notice posting that you have all seen and that we send to you and we say, we need that back, please send us the copy back, post it, da, da, da. So this is what it looks like. This is where it goes. It goes into this public access file. 6, if we have it, we put it in here, is the benefits that the employee will get. And 7, sometimes you probably have never seen this. the employee needs to receive a copy of the LCA, and they need to sign that they receive a copy of the LCA. This is something that quite often, at the beginning, we had so much trouble getting these things back. And sometimes I tell the foreign worker, if I don't get it, I'm not filing, because we send 15 emails and we still don't get this back. So that's something, again, that there's a lot of stuff that we do in the background, so that gets put in here. So this is kind of what an LCA public access file looks like. So if you ever have to look into one, that is kind of how we prepare it. Now, I know many attorneys don't prepare this for their clients, or if they do, when I do acquisitions, which we get involved in when there are mergers and acquisitions, and we're representing the acquiring client, we need to take a copy. We need to get a copy of their public access files, and I've seen all kinds of things in there. But hopefully this is helpful, and again, it gives you a perspective as to behind the scenes of these things that we ask you for and that we file, what happens to them. Okay, questions?
Yeah, Giselle, it's Carrie. I just want to clarify, I think you mentioned that we as the employer it would be best practice to have a public access file for each foreign national separate from their regular employee file. But, sorry, just to clarify, does Marcus Gray, are you also keeping a public access file on each foreign national?
We do. We have we do. I mean, what we sent to you, we have it. This thing is that they're never going to come to us, the government, to ask for this.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if we, because it's not something that we're doing right now at QPAC, if this is something that we're going to start doing as a best practice, then we could just get whatever we're missing from you guys and add it in.
Yeah, we have them all.
Okay.
You would not be asked for a public access file for someone that is not on a staff anymore, but for your current workers that are on H-1B status, you should have, and Priscilla can send those to you, or Danny, or Les. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Okay. Anything else there? No. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we've talked, this is your key takeaway very quickly. We've talked about H-1B cap and how that works. Okay, start thinking about what you're going to give me or your key takeaway. H-1B cap, the timeline, the cap gap, and how important that is, the priority filings. We talked about the LCA, you kind of saw one, talked about wage levels, the worksite rules. We talk about transfers, a lot of things about transfers, and YouTube channels, sample public access file. Okay, what did you learn? One thing that was either reminder or, oh, I didn't know that, that's good to know, or whatever. Yeah, I think I saw you writing that out at some point. I mean, yeah, it's insane. It is insane. I mean, I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with Elon Musk, but I am hoping that his influence, because they use H-1Bs and they have to deal with this every year. But yeah, it's insane. Insane. That's how we select foreign talent. Yeah. The administration has 1% on-site visits. Yeah. Yeah. And that is actually, Carrie, so not 100% on-site visits, they're mandatory. So you may or may not. But over the next 4 years, like I said, Christina they have come twice in a span, but the chances are that at least 50% of the employers that use H-1Bs are going to get one of these mandatory site visits. Yeah.
Now, Giselle, in your professional opinion, do you think those visits will be targeted more towards like larger corporations, or you don't think it'll matter?
It won't matter. Like I said, I mean, Accesso or whatever Christina has, I don't know, I'm trying to think because we know the number. It doesn't matter. It really, I've had small and large. And I've had, some employers think, oh, I'm not going to get touched because I am in this, I mean, I'm not in that industry or that other industry. It doesn't matter. It's random.
So kind of piggybacking on that, then, do you think it would have anything to do with how many foreign nationals a company has?
I've had companies that had one H-1B and they went there. I had companies that had one L1 and they went there. It doesn't matter. I mean, it really is. There is no, so the best you can do, and Carrie, they're scary because you're not, but again, you won't be anymore because you're listening to this and and I can talk to you some more about it too. They're looking to scare people, and they're looking to make sure, I mean, there is a lot of fraud happening in H-1B, a lot, sadly. They should spend the time giving us more H-1B visas and really targeting the people that are committing fraud, which they also know, and it bothers me that they don't go after them. But for a typical company, typical my clients, they will talk to the HR, they will talk to the foreign worker, and they will talk to the manager. And it could be 10 minutes, it can be half an hour with each one of them. They're going to ask about the wage. Are you getting paid what the LCA say or more? Are you, are you working out of where the LCA says? Typically, yes. Are you an engineer and you're working in an engineering job? Those, and then basically that everybody's kind of saying the same thing in general.
Okay.
And that typically is the case.
Do you know if they give any notice or they just show up?
They just show up. They just show up. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to visit Morella in the hospital after this.
No. Again, chances are that, again, this is the beauty of all of this. And again, I commend you because I know you're all busy and you've been here with me and you're paying attention and you're listening and asking questions. And this is, I mean, when Christina had her first one, I remember I was at a conference with a client. I was coming out and I was talking to her from the parking lot of this client's work site because she, and this was almost 10 years ago when she had her first visit. And the second visit, I was in Uruguay and I get the text or the email or whatever. Oh my God. Here. And I was like, oh, but both, she's done fine. But there was no rhyme or reason. No rhyme or reason. And of course, I'm never where, it's never like the most convenient place or anything. I remember talking to her. I went to a Starbucks in Uruguay to get the Wi-Fi and be able to talk to her. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. Okay, let me see. Terrence, what goes into the path, guilty or not, viewing the whole file when sent to us? No, I mean, hey, yeah, nobody does, Terrence, nobody. I can guarantee like 100% of my clients, they have never looked at it. But I'm glad that you have had this chance because it's good to know what is there. I think, Morella, did you have your hand up for a second? Or what's
I did, but Carrie kind of asked all the questions I had. I was just curious what potentially could have cost her to have two visits. Like,
yeah. When they do one, they typically come back.
Okay.
That's the answer to that. And I mean, far apart. They were probably 6 years apart.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, but that's good question. Because she asked me the same. And that when they do one, they do another one. So hopefully she's done. Same things that happens with I-9. Whenever I do an I-9 audit, I always ask, have you been audited before? Because if they have and they haven't come back, chances are that they will. So it's just how they do it. Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I am going to go through this in 20 minutes. Because there's a lot and there is, I can also, a lot of you have been a part of the green card process. We have talked about the green card process along the way. So this is basically building bridges to permanent residency, green card, long-term, when many times when the decisions are being made as to how to sponsor, when to, or how, or should we sponsor this person for a green card? Many of the thoughts are similar to the ones that go into, should I sponsor this person for an H-1B? Long-term need, filling a particular gap, cost, all of that. Of course, the green card process is a lot more costly. It takes a lot longer. This one is the traditional path, and I divide it into 3 steps. The step 1 is the labor certification, which right now, from beginning to end, is taking about 2 years. Remember, this is essential to extend the H-1B beyond 6 years, okay? So one of the things that I want you to think about, and I think it's on the next slide, on one of the slides, is if you have H-1B workers, this is one of the knowledge that is critical in your positions, is when do we sponsor for a green card? Can we blah, blah, blah? Just remember that the first step is essential for the green card, for the extension of the H-1B, and currently is taking 2 years. When this process, this PERM process, have gone through 3 iterations since I've been practicing immigration. The first one was horrendous, just as this one, and it took very long. Then we moved into this process that it was marketed as it would take, the certification would take only a week to get certified, and it did for a week. We started getting PERMs being certified for a week. They were filed, they were certified. And we're like, oh my God, this is heaven. Well, whatever, that process started maybe about 10 years ago. Now we're at 2 years. How did I go? I mean, and it's all government bureaucracy. Nothing has changed except for government bureaucracy. So there we are. So step 1, 2 years. Step 2 is your I-140. You cannot do step 2 without doing step 1, except for your EB-1s, which it's a different workshop. Typically, it's going to be step 2, which is your, again, immigrant petition. That process without premium can take 6 to 7 months. With premium, it takes about 2 months. And in some cases, it's absolutely necessary to do it with premium. And Terrence, we've had those conversations too. And actually with Caitlin, with your group also. Carrie, with your group, I think we're starting the green card process at a point where I don't think I've seen we're starting proactively enough. And not that, I mean, there is no right or reason. It's just, there's a lot of factors that come into play. But I haven't had to do premium and I-140 for you to get the 3-year extension, which is good. And then once we get that I-140, then the next step is a potential 10-year process or 2 years, depending on where the foreign national, if they're Canadian or if they're Indian. If they're from India, the backlog could be 6, 7, 8, 9 years. I don't know if this administration would do anything. There's been many, many talks about what to do with that. But right now, China, India are on backlogs, meaning you cannot apply for a green card until the priority date becomes current. And again, it's way out there. If you are from any of the other countries that doesn't have a significant backlog, and that's anybody else but India and China, then we're, after the I-140 is approved, we're typically looking at maybe a year to file the green card for the green card, and it's taken anywhere from 8 months to a year to get a green card approved after it's filed. So this whole process, 2 years, say 6 months, but it's more, but whatever, 2 years. So 2.5 at a minimum. And then after that, it could be 10 or 2 or 3. So it's, I mean, again, not that we want to do this, this is insane, but it's part of the reason, to some degree, the foreign talent stays for as long as they stay. And even then, some of them, like Luis, good example. I mean, they found their niche, the culture is great. And many of them just, they're quite happy being there. They've moved up the ladder, and it works out. But it can be, there's a lot of ups and downs. I tell, you to practice immigration or be in this work, you have to have the knowledge, but you also have to have the emotional resilience and also be empathetic about what goes on with all of this, because it is a lot. But we make it simpler for you as best as we can. Okay, so back to Pearl. And we have covered a little bit of this already. The whole point of this slide is it is taking a very long time. So when this slide was created, which I can't even remember when it was, but remember, so back then, whenever this was created, which I think it was about 2 years ago or 3, maybe, when I was going through this, I was telling people with 6, 6, and 6. So basically 1.5 years for the PERM process. So now I'm at 2 years for the PERM process. 1.5 years went to 2 years. I went 49 months. So this, you just kind of need to have this thing. I get asked a lot, when is the latest that I can start the green card process for someone on H-1B status? And I am currently really saying, pretty much when you hit that H-1B extension, that first extension after the first 3 years, you almost have to think, extend, and begin the first stage of the green card process so that you have enough time built in to keep that person after 6 years. I know it's a lot, but just keep in mind the timing is complicated, or something to be aware of. Okay. So just so that I can hear it back from you, when should you begin the green card process sponsorship? And can and should are different. When can you begin the green card sponsorship process? What do you think?
When the H-1B is renewed, like when they have to be selected in the lottery again though, right?
Once they're selected on the lottery, once they're selected once, they don't have to go through the lottery again. Okay. So when can you, and I don't know if that's what you were getting at, you can begin the green card process. Typically, you can begin at any point, but typical when I'm asked directly, some foreign nationals are going to come to you and they're going to want you to start the green card process while they're still on F1 status, because they're so anxious, particularly if they're from India or China. They know that they have 12 years ahead before they get a green card. So the sooner you begin the process, potentially the sooner they'll get a green card, right? Even if it's 10 years from now, at least they're in the line for the green card. So if they're put through the lottery and they're not selected, say once or twice, some of them are going to say, well, you know, my friend's employer had the green card process started for them when they were in F1 status, F1 STEM. And there's no, I mean, you could, the problem that they forget is the green card process does not give them work authorization. So to me, they should have an underlying work visa for your benefit, the employer's benefits, and their benefit before we begin talking about green card. Because to be the F1, we know the maximum that they're going to be on an F1 status is 3 years if they have a STEM. After that, they have to go back to school. And if that's the case and they have a green card process going on, that may interfere with their ability to be a student because the student has a non-immigrant intent. So I don't think I've ever started a green card process or recommended start a green card process for someone that is in F1 status. Okay. So they're either on a TN or an O or an H1. So when can you, I would say after they're on an H1B visa and say they've been with you for a year and they're extraordinary and you really want to keep them, then yeah, you can if you want to. Now, when you should, then when you do your first extension, you really need to start thinking green card sponsorship. And by then they have been with you for at least 4 years, say 1 year in OPT, for 3 years in H1B status. Sometimes they've been on a STEM too. So I mean, this is someone that hopefully you want to keep for the long haul. That makes sense? Yeah. Okay. When drafting the PERM job description, this is a question that I get from all of you. What job title and duties should you aim for? This is discussions that we typically have. Again, think about what we just talked about. This PERM process is long. So what job description, when we're drafting this job description for the PERM, should you be thinking about the job that they're doing now or potentially a job into the future?
Future.
Yeah. Okay. And does that make sense now that you see the timeline? This position that they're going to take in, they're going to be using, or they're going to, when they get that green card, imagine 10 years from now, I can guarantee you the job is not going to be the same, but still, it's going to be closer to the, you know, the future job than the one that they're doing right now. So when I'm working with you, I'm typically going to say, ask the manager 2 years out, maybe, where are they going to be? You know, what kind of duties are they going to have? And we sprinkle those into the job description. Also, a lot of times I'm asked, well, we're gonna, you know, they're gonna be promoted. I mean, imagine someone that you want to promote them because they're doing well, they're doing a good job. So I try to keep this PERM job description somewhat flexible so that you're not stuck, so that you allow for some growth into whatever we decide. So it's the way we draft them, it allows for a lot of flexibility for everyone's benefits. Okay. Morella, yes.
Okay, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this because I'm very familiar with the green card process, but how it happened with me, which it was through marriage.
Very
so
different.
it's a lot
Very
different, but there's a lot of commitment on that. So I'm trying to like separate when I'm thinking of sponsorship, because I go back to thinking how it was when my husband had to sign all the paperwork and he was responsible for me for 10 years.
Oh.
So my question is, 10 years is a long time. And people change their mind and families want to move elsewhere. What's the commitment as an employer when you sponsor somebody for a green card? Are you just as responsible as like my husband was with me? Are we stuck together?
That is an excellent question. Excellent question, Morella. And probably, you know, Terrence and Caitlin did not think, I mean, they don't have the experience that you have. And that is the power of this collective, learning. There is no obligation on the part of the employer. Okay. So say Pearl, let's take Pearl. Pearl was doing awesome, but all of a sudden, and you decided, yes, we're going to sponsor her for a green card. And you started with and actually there's various ways here. So very good question in many ways. So remember I said the PERM process takes 2 years, but it itself has 3 parts to it, and which I didn't cover with you guys, but prevailing wage determination, recruitment, and then the labor certification. Okay. Say the prevailing wage determination comes back and it's too high. So the Department of Labor, and that's all of that stuff I analyzed and work with you to make sure that we get a low prevailing wage for many reasons. But the prevailing wage comes back, you expect 60 and it comes back at 100. Okay. That has never happened to me, and I hope it never happens to me because of the work that we do. But right at that point, you can just say, I can't do this. I'm done. You stop the process. Okay. Now, again, we do a lot of work internally so that doesn't happen. But I know that it does happen if you don't do your due diligence. So we're not the cheapest attorney, but we're not the most expensive. We're certainly not the cheapest because we do all that legwork that many others don't do. They take whatever job description you give them, they plug it in there, and they don't think, 3 years from now or whatever. So I take the whole process in mind when we put this together. So at any point in that process, so say prevailing wage comes back too high, you can just say, sorry, Pearl, but this is not going to work. So we either start all over again and find a different job description or something so that you get a lower prevailing wage, which is not what you want to do. Or say, the business is not working out for whatever reason. Again, nothing that has happened to my clients, but all of a sudden we have another COVID or who knows, whatever it is. You can just say, I'm done. I just can't. So there's no obligation. And then same thing, you go into recruitment and hey, you find this phenomenal worker that is way better than Pearl. Doesn't typically happen, but could. You can start the process there. So the obligations are very, very different. So what happens when you do an employer sponsorship, the government thinks to some degree that, the employer, this person is skilled enough that they're not going to need the support that potentially a marriage-based or family-based petition would need. Does that make sense? But extremely good question. Really, really good question. Okay. What else? Okay, something else. The last one that I had here is, when is the PERM salary payable? Because that's something else that I say the prevailing wage did come out as, you're paying the person 80, prevailing wage came at 90. Well, you're not going to pay them 90 at that time. But the prevailing wage is not due until they get the green card. So for this foreign national from India, likely 10 years from now or 7 years from now, they are going to be making 90. So it's not a big deal. Now, if they're from Canada and we get a prevailing, you're paying them 80 and we get a prevailing wage of 120, that may be a problem because a Canadian or French, anyone that is not from India or China may get their green card quicker. So the prevailing wage will become payable quicker. Okay. All right. I see you all. I don't want to lose you here. And I think we're going to look at this. Do any one of you like cats? And if not, how could you not like this picture? We all need that. So let me go back here. We've covered so much, even though there's not that many slides. Oh, no, because did we start with the H-1B? No, we did that. We did this piece. Okay. So green card process, the big picture, the big umbrella. Step 1, step 2, step 3, PERM, I-140, green card or adjustment of status. The timing of the green card process plays a huge role in the H-1B process. Not so much for any of the others. So again, I'm concentrating on an H-1B, but this could be a TN, this could be an O1, but it doesn't affect those visas the way it affects the H-1B. So for the H-1B is critical. We also talked about when can and when should you sponsor for a green card, the importance of drafting the PERM job description, title, duties, blah, 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 in a flexible way, and salaries. So what are your quick takeaways? What is something that you went, wow, I didn't know that, or this is good for me to know, all of that. That's right. Just because we go through the process does not mean we can't end the relationship. Yeah, and that's really good to know. Now I tell you, for most of our clients, including you, you know, QPAC, the relationships stay there because you mean it's an investment from the beginning. It's a big investment, so they typically work out. But yeah, it's a good thing to know that it's not you know, that there is outlets, pieces to this process. When drafting the job description, think ahead and include some of those accountabilities to allow for flexibility. And that, Caitlin, it is so important, so important. Because again, I mean, I have literally the question of, hey, this person, we have this opening for whatever position, this person wants to apply, and how is that going to affect their green card process? I get that at least once a month because people, I mean, these are skilled talent. I mean, they're here, they want to grow. And it's yeah, it's something to keep in mind. Green card process can start rather early, but typically after getting another online. Yes, Terrence, and that, I mean, particularly in your situation, you know, I'm sure you're going to hear at some point, if you haven't already, you know, why can't you start making good process now? And it's like, yeah. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Whew. Deep breath. Let's take a peek at that beautiful cat. It looks so good. Okay, let's do this. This was a long, we cover H-1Bs and green cards all in one. Lauren, I haven't heard much from you, but I'm hoping that this is percolating in there.
It is. Thank you. I'm
Okay.
trying to keep up here.
Okay, no, and I know if this is new to you, you're probably going, oh my God, but this is a beautiful group. So, okay, we're gonna do this. Let's take a 15-minute break, 15. Have you back at 2:30? And then we're the final stretch, which feels like, oh my God, like we just started. So see you back at 2:30. Bye.
Carrie
have-
does.
Gary
I know.
does? Okay, so
I
this
have dogs.
I'm a dog person.
I have dogs too.
Birds.
old dogs. I used to have a Dalmatian and then inherited or took in, I guess, two stray cats. And this is a very familiar sight and it's so cute.
So cute.
Okay, welcome back. So this piece is more about, I'm assuming to some degree what you're here to do is literally to kind of elevate your knowledge, build your immigration strategy for you, your team, your company. We're almost like, I just really am so excited that we've gone through all of this and I feel like we've covered so much and in a good way. Now this is what I wrote out, but I also really want your kind of what you feel, why this is important for you. To me, HR drives workforce success. You are the forefront of recruiting, hiring, retaining, everything. And for you, learning about talent mobility, talent strategy, I believe it positions you to be a better leader, better, partner for your employer. Knowledge builds influence. Connecting immigration to business strategy elevates your ability to impact the company and leadership visibility, which potentially is good for you. And be the trusted advisor. I really hope that, you know, you take this knowledge and keep growing with it so that, you know, you move on to whatever the next thing is for you within your company. And even if nothing else, whoever you're working with, like in your, I mean, Morella Carey is here, and I know the perfect example is here, but Carrie is here and she's learning, and Morella, you're absorbing it all in. But the idea is that you're gonna, you know, you're gonna help take some of that out away from her so that you grow, she grows. So it's really pretty cool. So what else? What else do you think when you obviously I talked to all of you, I kind of encouraged you to sign up for this because I really thought it was important for you. But why, after spending the day with me, personally, how has this impacted you, that you think that this is going to be good just for your personal knowledge, for your, tell me a little bit more.
I'll go first. I think it's going to be very important. The more I learn, the better informed I am to not only have the knowledge to grow the company with hiring global talent, but also to being able to have the knowledge to protect the company from liability. Because if we get sanctions at that cost, we can't hire more people. So that's somebody that we can hire if we get a bunch of penalties. So the more informed we are, the better we maintain our records and know what we're doing, then the more we can protect the company and alleviate any kind of liability.
Nice. Thank you for going first. Yeah, that was well said. Yeah.
I would say for me, like 90% of this, maybe even 95% of this was all new to me. So it was really helpful learning more about global talent, and as well as like getting like the necessary tools and just kind of being more informed for when this does come around, then I'll have the tools. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, and thank Lisa also.
Yes.
Terrence?
For me, it was a good reinforcement of my previous knowledge of all these topics. And it's good to, I think it'll help me be a better strategic planner for FX, especially with all these like specific timelines and, you know, just thinking ahead for all our foreign nationals and future potential foreign nationals.
Yeah, awesome. Now, Carrie, you have been doing this with me from the beginning. So how do you feel about what you've learned?
I'll kind of reiterate a little bit about what Terrence said. I feel like it was a good refresher for things that we have covered before, and have not up to this point been great at memorizing all of the acronyms. So I think this time I have a few of them cemented in my brain now, and I took notes on all the other ones. And then there were some new information for sure. And I did have a question about the public access files. So the process from visa to green card, I'm guessing we still have to keep the public access file when they're in a green card status.
You keep the public access file. That's actually a good question. For 1 year after the H-1B status expires. So yes, because remember, most of these people that you're doing green cards, they still have their underlying. Now, some of them are not. You have some TNs, so you don't have to worry about that. But for your H-1Bs, they are going to continue to be in H-1B status for as long as their green card, until they get their green card.
What if they end up going back for the PhD?
Oh, good question. Okay, yeah. So if they left the H-1B status, correct. Good question. I wasn't even thinking about that. But yeah, if they left after a year from leaving the company and leaving H-1B status, you don't need a public access file.
Okay, so after 1 year, so it doesn't matter if they go on green card status or they become naturalized or they go, back to their home country or leave to go to a different company.
Right.
Just 1 year. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Good question. Lauren?
Yes, so this was very helpful. It was a lot of information, so I'll definitely appreciate getting the recording and being able to go back through it. But I think it's been really helpful and for personal knowledge as well as in case, we do experience hiring globally, which we have not in the past. So
Yeah, this is
great, great information.
Awesome. All right. Well, let me go now. So we started kind of here to some degree, building a business case for sponsorship. We talked about why this happens, filling critical skill gaps, competitive advantage, cost benefit analysis that you have to do, workforce planning and employer branding, which is something else that for many companies, having foreign talent adds to the diversity, and it is a part of their brand. The same way that there's others that go, I don't want to do anything with foreign talent. That's their brand, which not something that I support, but whatever. But I also went back. So this is everything that we cover, and there's a reason for all of this. We started with win the day, which I hope you feel that you've won the day today. I mean, you've been doing something very unique that you don't typically do. I know you're kind of working on the background, some of you, and here and there, but I hope it was flexible enough that you felt like it's a good day in the hall. Talked about recruitment and onboarding. Again, I specifically put this here because of the next slide. Win the day, recruitment and onboarding. Talked about the F1s and the various flavors, the CPT, the OPT, the STEM, and how do we go from there to an H-1B. We talked about the H-1B and the numbers game, the lottery, and we also talked about the H-1B transfers that are so important. We talked about the green card strategy and the length of the process, when to start, when can you start, when you should start, the job description for those PERMs. Something else about that, Kayla, back to this point is, again, that job description that you decide on today, again, yeah, it carries you until you get that green card 10 years down the line. So it's critical. And sometimes I say that also takes 2 months of the process to some degree, because it's going back and forth. And then we also sometimes have to get work experience letters as to they gain this experience, because something else we didn't talk about is the experience that they gain with the sponsoring employer does not count. So I typically say, we require, say, a bachelor's degree in architecture and 12 months, sometimes 24 months of work experience doing da, 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 da. And that doing, whatever that is, which is typically 3 lines, is critical, because that's how you determine if someone applies, is those specialist skills that you put in there that determine how that other person does not qualify. But in order for that to stand, that experience need to be gained, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but with another employer, not with you. So that adds also some of the timing that takes to get going on the prevailing wage determination for a green card. So that was just an extra little thing. And then we're talking about now your invitation to lead, and then we're going to close with your commitment and ask me anything. So that's what AMA, that's what this is here for. So I'm going to ask you about your biggest takeaway, but I want to spend a little bit more time here. Your goals achieved. I kind of went back to the beginning. and asked you all, what do you want to get out of this? You know, remember way at the beginning of the day, and you wrote in the chat or you said, this is kind of what I want to, you know, what I want to know more about. One of them was the H-1B transfer, so timeline, the coding the process like a pro. So Carrie, Morella, you were the two that were the most, any more questions? So how do you feel now about the H-1B transfers and timelines? Because this was particularly important to you.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it and I just missed it because my head, it feels like it's in a fishbowl. But the one situation that I learned with the guy that we ended up not hiring, because it fell through, if I'm transferring an H-1B from another employer to QPAC, the employee, the foreign national, cannot start working for QPAC until the request for transfer has been received. Is that correct?
Good question. I did not cover that. So, and this is why I want to go through each one of these to make sure. And this is something else for you all that is, again, the collaborative power. Timelines of when can the H-1B transfer from another employer? And Terrence, you can probably answer this question for me. So if I miss anything, because you live in on a practical, on a daily, or not on a daily basis, but you've worked, you've practiced it. So Carrie, so you give, you know, there's the exchange, they apply, they went through the interview, they are selected, you give the offer letter to the person, they accept, okay? The soonest that foreign national can begin working for you is after the H-1B has been filed and accepted by USCIS, okay? So that means quite often well, for us, it typically, at a minimum is 2 weeks, typically 3 is more realistic, after you tell me that, you know, this person has accepted an offer and you're ready to move forward. So I need to prepare the LCA, file it, prepare the petition, all of that paperwork, blah, 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 then file it with USCIS. Once it's received, once USCIS receives it, you remember those emails that I sent to you guys saying, hey, we got the receipt notice. So there was a receipt notice and there was an approval notice, 2 different things. When that receipt notice is received, that is when that person could begin working for you if they've already given notice and the notice time has passed. Some of them don't want to begin until the approval notice comes in. And this is when, you know, Terrence's question that he asked, do we need to premium process or not, this transfers? Some of them, some foreign nationals are in a position that they demand that they're not going to transfer until their petition is approved. And the only way for that to happen and to make it business possible, because otherwise you're waiting with a position open for 6-7 months, is to premium that petition. So when it is premium, likely it would be approved in 15 days. And then they're approved, that H-1B is approved, and they can transfer. This is tricky because this is not, it doesn't really, I mean, it took me a while to actually understand how this works, because you're actually transferring someone to you and the petition hasn't been approved. So what if it's not approved? And that's the, you know, like your concern and the concern of the foreign nationals. So that's why sometimes doing premium just gives you peace of mind and close the door and move on. Because you won't know for another 6 months whether that has been approved or not. Now, With us, we are doing all the due diligence work, and I will certainly tell you, hey, Carrie, I don't think this is a good transfer, and this may not get approved. And hopefully every attorney will do that. But that is kind of the benefit of the premium. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then I have a quick follow-up question. What would be a common reason that a H-1B transfer from one company to another would not be approved?
Sure. So sometimes it's not, well, various things. Sometimes the positions are very different. And they're coming to a position that does not, one of the things that is happening right now, as an example, with under the, and it's not really the Trump administration, it's just a new modernization, H-1B modernization rule that passed in January that is not that modern to me, but that's how it's called. The specialty occupation, so it could be a change in policy, which is what I'm going to give you as an example right now. The specialty occupation definition has been tightened to the point that someone that may have had a mathematics degree or has, say, a bachelor's degree in mathematics with a minor in computer science got hired by the prior company as a software engineer, okay? So he has a math degree with a minor in computer science, gets hired as a software engineer. Up until January, that could have worked. Today, that could be tricky because USCIS may think that a math degree does not align with a software engineer title. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And they could say, no, too bad. You had an H-1B then, but the rule now is this. So that, or something else, maintenance of a status that you may not know. So say, for example, my 60 days grace period that I just talked to you about, that I knew that this foreign national was on her 60 days grace period. If we don't discover that soon enough and the petition gets filed beyond the 60 days grace period, or maintenance of status could be another really big thing. They entered and their I-94 was not correct, which has happened to me, and I've stopped the transfer because the I-94 had expired and no one had realized that. So there's quite a bit of due diligence that needs to be done to some, I mean, a lot of it we do, you don't even know about it. But in my case, I would say, whoa, we have a problem. And so, for example, in this case of the mathematics degree and whatever, I would say, wow, this is possible, but we're going to have to do a little bit more work to make this work. Or a case of a maintenance of a status, whoa, this I-94 may need to be fixed before this transfer could happen. So it's things like that. Those are about the two most common ones. Okay, those are very good questions. I mean, I think this piece here, it's the most potentially, hopefully, the most practical. Those questions are awesome, and I cannot come up with it on my own because you're living it. So very good. What else in that for you, Morella? Because this was kind of your thing.
I'm good for right now. I don't know if Marilla has a question or not.
No, I don't have questions. I think this has been very helpful for me to kind of get my pretty much like getting this conversation started in my head. So it's just a lot that I don't know. It's gonna take me a little bit of time for all of this to sink in. It takes me usually longer than the normal person for things to sink in, but once they go in here, they stay forever. So it's just a lot. I need to just get more involved and just keep repeating and be more involved. I think getting involved whenever we have the next person or through the processes of the ones that we have. I think being more hands-on is going to help me a lot. Because yeah, there's so many scenarios that could change things.
And again, this is why you're here, and I'm so honored that you have taken the time to be here. Grateful to your employers that have said yes and supported it. Because as you know, I mean, you have all come to the positions that you're in, and you've never had this training. And there is millions of you out there that are just being put in and you do the best you can with what you have, and you rely that you have a good attorney that is going to guide you through the process. But how much more powerful are you, or confident, if nothing else, even though, I mean, certainly I know that you're going to count on me to guide you through all of this, and you don't want to do half of the stuff that I do or what I do, but it's good for you to know why and how, and it makes you better at what you do. So yeah, and it doesn't happen overnight. I mean, I've been doing this for 20-some years, and I'm still, and it evolves. So I'm trying to remember who said, I don't know, Caitlin or Terrence. One of you said confidence boost. And walking it, I kind of added to the walking away knowing I've got this, whatever that is. Was it you, Caitlin? You're laughing. So tell me.
Yeah, I think just being before this, it just seemed terrifying just because I haven't done that before. So yeah, just feeling like going through the steps and going through what that whole process is, and understanding that it's going to look different every time. And I mean, it's still a little scary just because there's so many steps, and I agree with Morella, like it's gonna take time for it to sink in, but yeah, feeling a little bit more confident after like listening to everything. Yeah.
Love it, love it. Okay, Lauren, this was yours. Finding foreign talent. Where do they hide? And I don't know that I've talked much about that, but to some degree, they hide in schools. Our universities are full of F1 students, but where do you typically go to recruit foreign talent if you have?
We mainly use Indeed. We've had a lot of success with that. But no, I do appreciate the idea about the universities. We do have staff that work in our state college here in Jacksonville, so that's good to know. Yeah, so I appreciate everything, and I'll definitely look into it. Yeah, we haven't really hired through the universities in the past, but it's definitely something I'll look into.
Now I know, and maybe you guys, Terrence or Carrie or Morella, Caitlin, you may not have been that involved in the recruitment. I don't know. Any of you have tips in terms of how how the foreign talent comes to you that could help her, or any of you?
We don't at QPAC specifically target foreign talent. We are kind of engineering heavy, and that seems to draw a lot of foreign applicants, or foreign national applicants. So they come in either through our careers page, or we do work with an engineering specific recruiter, and the ones that he usually passes on to us require sponsorship.
Okay.
So we don't seek them out specifically.
And that is, Carrie, to your point, I mean, most of our clients, and Lauren, for you, that's how it happens. I mean, it happens organically. They apply. So, but I do know that there are other employers that do target specifically. So, and you have to be comfortable with the process. So yeah. Caitlin, I don't know, do you have any perspective on
Yeah,
that?
we have people that reach out to us, like they'll send their portfolio and resume, or in a brief cover letter, or obviously they'll apply for the positions as well. But yeah, we don't search out, but we have a lot that search out us.
Yeah. Terrence, probably that's kind of similar situation in your case.
Yeah. For us, a lot of them do seek out us, but also I think another great resource is because we already have foreign nationals, they also know a lot of foreign nationals, so we get a lot of internal referrals as well.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that. Yeah. Once you start in that process, yeah. So I mean, that goes back to, I think, one of the points that I had put in here is employer branding. You know, to some degree, you start developing that brand or getting known for your support and engagement with foreign talent, and it happens that way organically. Yeah. And then I think this must have been yours then, hiring and retaining foreign nationals, what's involved.
Yeah.
Was that you
That
to get
sounds about right.
And so what's your feedback now?
Yeah, it's really to be the go-to person internally, especially for hiring managers who are just looking to like hire people, but they don't know all the steps and back end work that goes into considering a candidate. And then, once we bring them through the door, okay, what's the next step? So just being one step ahead, because there's a lot that goes into every stage of basically their life cycle
Yeah.
in the company, and also as a foreign national as well.
Do you feel that this has helped you?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of I've been in like bits and pieces of like all stages, so then this is more of like a holistic view of like a timeline of someone, okay, they're at this stage, what's next? So really putting this all together in one view, it's very helpful.
Okay. So what is one thing, one action I will take to strengthen my company's immigration strategy is, and why? This may take, I wish I could put my music on. Oh, so I'm gonna let you talk. So think about this. One action that I will take to strengthen my company's immigration strategy is whatever. After this, after this workshop, I'm going to talk to whoever so that I can get more involved from beginning to end, or I can get more hands-on on the next case, or that, whatever it is, just think about it and why. I want you to think about that. Let me see what I have here. Also ask me any remaining questions. I think we've been asking questions, but I really want you to make sure, I want to make sure, I mean, this is for you. It's a small group. I love it. I actually, when I was talking to Terrence, he said to me, Giselle, it's nice when we have a small group because it just doesn't feel, it feels like family. You feel comfortable. And this has been perfect, I think. You have heard me talk about the Roundtable. Again, I think all of you, except for Lauren, had the opportunity to participate in the Roundtable. The next one is April 16th. You can scan the QR code, or you're going to get an email from Danny saying, make sure you sign up for the, so please do her a favor. I avoid her one more email and go ahead and attend. I mean, I think all of you are finding it interesting and helpful. It's very practical. And again, I love the questions and the interactions that come out of that. Lauren, for your background, this Roundtable is something that I started at the end of last year. I did kind of like a beta testing with some of our clients to see if this is something that they wanted to do, because again, many are, I wouldn't say on their silos, but there's just not a lot of collaboration. This doesn't happen, that you get together with a group of people that are doing foreign talent and foreign management or foreign talent management strategy. It doesn't happen. So I started it with our clients, and we meet on a quarterly basis. So this one's going to be our second or third, and a small group for 45 minutes. And basically we bring up a topic that is last month, or the last one we did before, we talked about sponsoring the sponsorship policies, and when to sponsor for an H-1B, when to sponsor for a green card. This coming up, we potentially will be talking about this mandatory site visits and how that works. So you're welcome to attend if you want to. Again, it's typically our clients, but it may give you an opportunity to kind of see what do these people talk about.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think all of you are connected with me on LinkedIn. I will send, because I realized I don't have a QR code here, but of course you're going to get a little survey from me. And I would love, love, love to talk to each one of you after this too, just like we did last time when we were doing this, that I kind of talked to each one of you. For you, Caitlin, I talked to Lisa, but would love to just kind of talk to you and see where do we go from here. So I'm coming back to this. Your one action that would strengthen my company immigration strategy, or even your own, based on what you've learned today, and why. Marilla and Carrie, you're the most you have led the charge. So is either one of you ready?
Yeah, Gary put hers on the chat, but
Oh my goodness. Oh, I thank you. I knew. I was like, you both have been at the forefront. Creating public access files so we can feel more prepared for an unexpected visit. Awesome. Okay, Caitlin, next time we have foreign talent, I will work with Mary to be more a part of the process and gain experience and use these new tools. Phenomenal. And Mary would love that. Is she back from New Zealand?
I think she either got back like yesterday, but she comes back to work tomorrow.
Oh
So
my God.
after being gone for a month. Can't wait to hear all about it.
A
For sure.
month. Well, I guess when
Yeah.
you go over there, so she was gonna go to Australia and New Zealand, and I
Mhm.
like it's beautiful.
Yeah.
She can probably spend.
Can't wait to hear all about it.
Yeah. Oh, so good. Okay. Terrence and Lauren, I also want to see something from you in the chat, or you can unmute yourself if you want to. Yeah, anything coming up? Did I miss anybody?
I guess I'll go. For me, my plan is to just be more involved with Carrie going forward, making sure that make it a priority and be there and pay attention to what's going on. So that's my plan. Just get more involved.
Yeah. No, and I think I said this towards the beginning too. And Anna, who many of you have met too through the HR Roundtable, which couldn't be here today because she had something else going on, and so did Melissa. Both of them said, which you said to me too, is the hands-on. And my hope is that when you are working in these cases, a lot of this is going to come back up. And that you're going to be able to go, oh yeah, let me check on that. So yeah. The other thing that I want to do is most likely, I was going to check this, but I didn't have a chance. April 16th is the next roundtable. Would that be too far out what I was thinking is, you remember that beginning that I said to you that I was gonna cut this a little shorter, which I'm gonna do, which you're probably gonna say, yeah, Giselle, I got 20 minutes of my day back. But again, this has just flown by. But I was thinking maybe after, so the roundtables are typically from 2 to 2:45 or so. If we get together at 3:30, or would that be too much that you have two things back to back?
That might be a little much.
That would be a bit low. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna find time in April, which April is pretty busy already, but for me, just because for all of you, just to let you know, because this is good training for you, I will be doing in April. Well, actually, no, so we have March. No, okay, we'll find time to get together next month somehow. Okay, so what we're gonna do, what I want you to do, your homework, is just as things come up, please, if you don't want to keep track of it, just send me an email and say, Giselle, for our, workshop debrief or workshop get together or whatever you want to call it, just put workshop on the subject line. If there is things that come up that you say, this came up and I thought I was a workshop and I want to kind of talk about it when we meet again, and we'll find time in March that we can get together for an hour and go over that. How does that sound? And things that may come up between, from this conversation. This is for you. So, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Caitlin? Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Awesome. I think, again, you're gonna get a survey. And so this is the New York Marathon maybe 2 years ago. So thank you so much. It's been awesome being with you. The winner of the giveaway is Lauren. Lauren, do you remember where you're gonna get?
Your book.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
This was so long ago. Oh my God. No, it's work in progress. Oh gosh, where I was gonna say I'm going down here because I have the manuscript that I've been working on for, who knows, now I can't find it now for some reason because I came back from traveling. But yeah, oh no, here we go. So you may not see it, but this is the manuscript. And it's now on so I went through the manuscript editor once, and I literally just sent it yesterday back to the second round. And then after that, it goes to design and layout. And then but stay in touch. You're the first person that gets, a guaranteed copy. So yay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for being here with me today. Have a beautiful rest of the day and the week. All right. Thank you, Danny, so much. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Giselle. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Giselle.
Thank you.
Bye.